Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. That was a little bit unusual. I thought I was clicking on something else entirely there. Okay, that's more like it, because I just wanted my references, and all of a sudden I got something very different than my references. I got a whole different scene. Okay, I'm just trying to scare these up here. Okay, now I got it. This is what I was trying to get to is right here, is this. So this is what we're going to try to do on this mage right here, Loot Studios figure. Did a little bit of AI action. Hey there, Landrest. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Uh, it did way better with this one than it did with the High Elves. I think because this was a little bit more of a basic shape. Even then, it kind of still messed around with it a little bit. But yeah, that's what we're going to try and do here. We're going to try and get some magenta stuff happening here. Why don't I just I might just use this. Might just use this right here. Let me get a little bit of some of that going right here. There we are. So yeah, I'll try to film as much as I can of that episode, maybe after the stream. Let me do this right here. We got our grass tuft episode. That's ooh, let me do a little bit more. This is a second one of the Paul Rubens Alkids here. The first one is what we used last night. Now we're using one that's a little bit deeper right here. And we're just going to start getting our magenta stuff working. Not going to have a glow on that thing. Just going to do a glow from here. That's it's like it was a summoning there, Landrast. It usually involves more like a circle and pentagrams and beaks or something like that. But that's the summoning still works. Can I go a little further with this? Sure, why not? Definitely up here. Then we're going to do our magenta darker stuff, which we do all the time when we're doing this. That's the only way, right? That is the only way. Now here this gets interesting because if we're going to do this as semi-translucent here, that's going to make it interesting. Now I was thinking with the cloth here, we've got kind of that more of a violet type of a look here. Let me try some of this. Also, I made well, what they say is ultramarine blue. And that's going to go here. In these other places. Super detailed brushwork right here as always, right, Blades? How you doing there, Blades? I hope that the stream was great. So happy Friday there, Blades. And everybody again, please give Blades 81 a follow if you could. That'd be sensational. And of course, let's see. Well, there's some folks here in the chat, Blades. If you wanted to share stuff in the chat, why don't you go ahead and do that? By the way, speaking of lots of magentas and stuff here, this is what we did last night on the stream. So I guess we're carrying the theme here. So yeah, Blades, we did a little bit of a reference thing here. I took the miniature, just no, and also too I primed it, and that might have made a difference. I had the primed miniature, and then it did a better job of actually messing around with it. Now there is no, man, I guess there is a little bit of a pattern sculpted on here, but I think we're gonna roll with even more of what I see there with the scrolly stuff. That's a highly technical sculpting term right there. Everybody check out that link that Blades just shared. Everybody please give Blades a follow. Again, this is a Loot Studios figure here. Don't know what release it is. No idea. Could have been from 3 years ago. It could have been from yesterday. Well, probably not yesterday because I haven't downloaded any of the... I don't even know what the latest Loot Studios release is. Come to think of it, I have no clue what it is. I am going to keep it going with this here. We're going to do the auburn hair color, I think. Yeah, we'll just stick with that. I think that'll be a fun little complement to the other stuff that we're doing here color-wise. And again, that was Chat GPT. And the one thing I am learning, Landrast, is that the Sky Reels, right now, the thing it does best is do songs. Now, Armored Wolf, I'll have to get you the latest couple of songs that I did. It was kind of like an Arizona memorial type song. And I thought it did pretty darn good, I have to say. That was not too shabby. And of course, the Rohan song, it's like the latest hit in Middle Earth. Yeah, the Soggy Bottom Boys in Middle Earth. And of course, the one of the only times I ever did any kind of RPG stuff, as far as D&D kind of stuff goes, I played Randall E. Snodgrass. He was a bluegrass bard, and he had a +1 mastercrafted washboard. So I guess, yeah, that's his big hit in Middle Earth. And I think it's I don't know, I think that the title that should probably be Rohan Holds the Line. I think that's what it should probably be. The title for that particular song. Now, Landras, that's kind of more of a love song, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I think that's in the top 40 love songs of Middle Earth right there. So again, everybody check out the link that Blades just posted. I'm working on more of our violet here. And get some more there. Now we need some skin tones here as well. Again, you can see the hyper detailed brushwork that we're doing here. Look at that. I mean, it just doesn't get any better. Actually, I think that's supposed to be water. I think it is. Yeah, I think so. Maybe we'll do some water effects afterwards. I don't know. I'm going to get some of this here green on that for whatever reason. Of course, we know how popular that song is, right? Landras, that's a huge hit. Let me just get this paint out of here. Whoa, okay. There's way more brush cleaner in that thing than I thought there was. Skin tone. Fine, we'll let it mix with our violet stuff too. And see what I get here. Okay, let's get this skinny tone over here. At other places, like here, where we're gonna again have some measure of translucency. Where's our... there it is. So kind of like what we did here, right? Except there we had kind of a bluish, grayish, whatever. Sure, we'll get some of the skinny tone out there as well. Yeah, I was just listening to the Rohan song right before I started doing this, so that is definitely rolling through my head right now. I'm pretty sure I sent you the link to that, right, Blades? Not the link, but just the file there. What it looks like is that the sky reels, kind of how Copilot does 3 no, 4 renderings. This does 2 renderings of the song, and they're usually very different. I mean, even though the parameters that you put in there, they're not that radically different, or they diverge from your prompt a lot, from one to the next. Yeah, but maybe. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Let me get this over here. Ah, that could be a gemstone there. Yeah, let's maybe do that as a gemstone instead. Okay, yeah. I mean, it could have a glow to it, but I think we got our glow over here. We should maybe just stick with that. Ah, this thing here. Oh, yeah, over here too. That is hair. Also in there. Is that also here? That is also here. Okay, we're figuring out what the heck is going on with the sculpt here as we fool around with this. It's okay. Yeah, Blades, I really did enjoy that. I think I'm going to have to just keep writing myself a whole bunch of exercise songs. It's not like I couldn't tell you last time I heard anything on a radio or something like that, so I might as well have some funsies there. All right, let me get this. Okay. Some of our Terra Rosa here. Let's just start smushing this around like we do. Down in here. Maybe a little something down there. Okay, now it's going to be time for those darker magentas here. Looking for maybe this. Maybe we'll use this here. It was super fun. Blades, messing around with that thing, I gotta tell you, it's also kind of addictive too, I have to say. Now, when you make, and much like any other AI, when you make a small adjustment or something like that, it will kind of radically change all the stuff that you liked. So you kind of have to accept that. I mean, that's kind of the way of things with the AI. It's like, oh, this is really fantastic. I just want to tweak this one thing. And what AI is going to do is just absolutely, for the most part, murder everything that was right in the attempt to maybe do what you wanted. And even then, it may not do that. So yeah, that is definitely something that happens. And you just have to kind of roll with it. Again, we're getting our magenta glow established here. That should go through the transparent cloth. Maybe a little more down here. And you can see we're starting to let that mix as we do this instead of just kind of doing that very much pin line wash, kind of touch and go. We're letting that all mix. So Landress, did you start doing those your gray space marines there? I know you were talking about those last night. Wasn't sure if you already had a chance to start those, or is that going to be for Hobby Day over the weekend? Landrast at Shea Landrast. Okay, there we go. Okay. A little more of the magenta, just trying to establish that as best as I can. Oh yeah, that now I guess I don't think you guys are rolling right into the War Machine stuff right now, right? Get me a little tint again of our magenta over there. So then we leave that. Maybe throw a little bit over here. Not that I might just try. We got one of our little teensy tiny filberts here. Oh, that's right, they had Landress, that's right. You had all those little filberts that you got. The micro filberts. I'm gonna retreat a little bit to more of the Paul Rubens floral magenta there. Now you're using one of them right now. Now again, Kathy's sister, she sent me a whole bunch of brushes. I'm gonna have to. There's a lot of stuff I gotta look through and categorize, and see how we can incorporate that into the vids and such. Maybe not down there just yet. Okay, let me. I might even zoom in once here. Let me see what happens. Let's zoom in. Let's get our really light stuff working. Let me get all this stuff out of the brush. That is almost white. There's still a little bit of our pink there. Getting this down at the very base of, well, the spell effect flame, whatever you want to call it. Let's do a little more down here. So basically the primer, well, here it was the Stynylrez, of course, the Stynylrez ebony flesh. The stuff we did, I think it was the pale mustard. Yeah, that was the primer color that we used on the flame effect here. And that should already start looking a little bit brighter there. Now we should start playing around with some of our other areas here. Let me see, the hair, got to darken that down. With that, so we got the Van Dyke brown, we've got some of the magenta together here. Ooh, that might be a little too thin. Nope, actually that is just about right. Just about right. And again, all this stuff looks super glossy right now. Give it even 15 minutes and it'll practically look like it's flat and like it's dry. It will not be dry, but it won't be shiny anymore. So again, the references this time around done with ChatGPT. I basically took a photograph of the miniature, brought it in there, and I basically said, colorize it to these parameters. And I mean, it didn't do too bad. I think at first I had it doing, well, the magenta glow, then I switched it to a green glow. Nice thing this is 3D printed because I actually do want to give it another try with the green glow because I thought that looked pretty neat too. And a combo of the Van Dyke brown and the I'm going to use me a different brush for this. Let me try this here. And the magenta, that's the both of those are the Winsor Newton Griffins. Fine, I'll just let that go on there too. Whatever. This sort of makes it a little bit darker as well. Darker that is, lighter that gets. Stands to reason anyway. Is that here? That is also here. Okay. Good to know. We'll get this figured out. That's going to come further down there. Okay. I think we got that in place now. The staff, wand, whatever it is here. Well, that should show through. Still got to figure out what we are going to do on that. I think we might just roll with more of a red there. And then we will come back and we'll obviously get the facets on there too. We're just trying to figure out general colors right now. That's all we're trying to do here. Trying to get me some skin tone over here. And not just the glow. A little more the skin tone there. Some more of it there. And then not really too many other spots there because it's not really in contact with much of anything. Certainly not out there. We're all of 23 minutes in. That is it. Anyway, we are going to try to... wait a minute. We don't have... Could use some of our violet out here. Come on, give me some more thinner. Man, this stuff is already starting to set. That is hilarious. Now I'm going to try and get me a little bit more of the blue working in here. Again, that's kind of a blue-ish violet. Certainly more of that down here. Even in the translucent cloth, we still got to make sure we have some kind of darks in there. Work some of that in now, and again on the underside of this kind of streaming cloak, whatever stuff that this is supposed to be. Are we doing a little more of it down here? Sure, yep, we're going to do more of that down here. Might even involve a little bit of the Payne's Gray, but this is not, it's not the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, that is the Alkyd Payne's Gray. It is actually Winsor Newton, which is ironic and hilarious at the same time. You don't really have much of anything down in there, so let's get a little something, something there. Nope, 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 nope. More of this. Ah, that's it. It's okay, because all that is all that's mixing. Gotta do that here too. And while this looks sort of light here, this is really nowhere near light. I mean, here, let's. You can kind of see how light actually is. We're just kind of fooling around here still with mostly midtones. I am starting to put a little thinner on the brush here just to get this to kind of flow in some of these recesses a little bit. It is nowhere near a pin line wash. Just remember that. Not even close to something like that. But we need this some kind of bluish grayishness in here so that the skin tone and also that have something to contrast with in terms of color temperature, that sort of thing. And yeah, we are all of a half an hour in. And already some of the stuff that was kind of on the shiny side, that's already started to die down a little bit. You just you can't necessarily panic, and that I think that's what a lot of folks do, especially with the miniatures. They have a tendency to the freak out button gets pressed pretty much immediately. We gotta keep things gotta keep the even keel going. Over here with this again, it's kind of a dingy violet here. Oh, that actually is hair color. Let's change that around. You still got some of this here. So we'll throw it there. Okay, now that is back to where it probably should be. I think that should probably be more magenta right there. See if I can get this over the fingers. Ah, okay, there we are. There you go. Darker those are, more that light is going to show up. And we'll come back with some of our darkest darks over that. I wonder, hopefully I get that, hopefully I got the headphones off of my head in time and didn't blow anybody's ears off or something like that. Because these ancient headphones here, they basically that button is unreachable. Thanks for posting a link to the merch. The merch store got all kinds of fun stuff in there. Some of your favorite characters from the stream. Lots of stickers now, in addition to the hats and the shirts and all the other stuff. Mugs and such. Okay, so yeah, now we got ourselves a little something more going there. Might even bring in a little bit more Magenta there. We're going to be coming back in with our straight up magenta there too, but that will wait. So you can see this stuff is starting to set. Look at that. It's nowhere near as shiny as it was. We got ourselves some of our Payne's gray. A little bit of this. This will go on the rocks. Here. And then again, it looks like we got water or something here. And if I just brush that on, it is going to mix with what's there. So again, if I don't want it to mix with what's there, I've got to use more of a pin line wash approach. So we got a bunch of rocks here, and then we have a couple of spots of basically some water there. Let's see what we can do with that. So we're just kind of waiting on our hair glaze there to set a little bit more. Again, that's the Algid Payne's gray. Remember, we don't have to worry about staining power or not. That's why Payne's gray is out there. We just need a little something there. Just to tint that okay. I think now we can maybe start to play around with some lighter stuff. Maybe not in the source lit areas. Still want to at least have some of that come all the way down there. Maybe not. Maybe a little bit over here. Especially where we got that glinty stuff. Also, well, yeah, this is going to be essentially a little bit warmer than the rest of this. Again, that's more of a cooler, kind of a grayish violet there. Timing everything with the oils. Hey there, Valfera. Nice to see you there, Valfera. So, Valfera, I think I did send you a couple of new songs. Again, the prompt did not quite do what I thought it was going to do. I looked back at it and I said, well, I guess it could interpret it that way. It is definitely not the exact science. Plus, also, these references here that we're working from also. Now, these are from the Chat GPT here. There we go. There's a little bit of a reference for you. So great to see you there, Valfera. Hopefully not featured on any Max Velocity stream. I don't even think he was live. I haven't even watched any forecasts at all in quite some time now. Okay, see now we get a little bit of that violet out there. I'm actually going to push this back a little bit here. Okay, there we go. Hey there, Underdeep. Geez, sorry about that, Valfera. Because I don't think I got any messages today, or did I? I was running around a lot. I was doing more house repair stuff. So if I missed some messages there, Valfera, sorry about that. Yeah, I was gonna say I believe we have sound because people have been responding to questions. So I'm gonna say that the stove blower went out at 7 o'clock. Or I guess I didn't think that stoves had blowers. So good grief, Velfer, was it an older oven or something like that? I guess Velfira, I guess that's why we should all be using air fryers. I don't know. It seems hazardous. So hopefully, not too much stuff got taken out. I mean, oh yeah, toaster ovens. That's what I also have now is toaster ovens. So yeah, you can start to see the magenta start to play out here. Oh, Valfair, hopefully you can at least make some kind of chow while you wait. I guess to, well, I mean, a lot of funds went to a certain vehicle, so I hope that maybe you can kind of roll without one of those for a little while at least. I guess the hard thing is, okay, if just boiling water becomes interesting unless you've already got like a some kind of a teapot kind of thing that boils water, but that's not quite the same. It'd be hard to make fromage, right, Blades? Let me try to get a little smidge more of the magenta out here. Okay, not down there. Perhaps a little more over here. And it has a built-in air fryer. Well, I guess that now this is probably not under warranty, unlike the vehicle, right? Right, Velfira? All right, gotta get me more of that magenta up there. A little more of it down here. Oh yeah, the tree. I forgot about the tree. So sorry, it's just been. I do think there's been like a universal takeover here. I think that there's been quite the universal takeover by that guy. I think he has taken over Velfira. Now we're going to really start to. Let me back away just a smidge there. And Blades, what are we going to do here? We're going to establish our object source lighting as soon as we can. As in, basically, before everything else. Now, Velfair, I'm not going to say anything, right? Because if I say anything, the 3 will become times 3. I don't know which Loot Studios release this is, Velfira. It could be a much earlier one. And I'm fairly certain. Oh, I was gonna say, could this be one of the Arthurian series? I don't think so, Valfira. I don't think this is Arthurian. Again, it could be, but I just don't know. Something there and something there. And as light as that is, that's not white or anything of the sort. That is basically just our magenta. Back away, back away. It is interesting how even the floral magenta, depending on how you're using it, the timing and all that, even that can almost be semi-opaque. It's pretty wild. No, 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 that's gotta be lighter. That's gotta be definitely lighter there. Hey there, Denethor, how you doing? Everybody please give Denethor a follow. Denethor, if you want to share stuff in the chat, why don't you do that? So Denethor, where's our Spacescape from last night? Whoops, upside down. It is ironic we're doing this, but yeah, this was our Spacescape last night, based on between the gardening stuff and our fabulous new flower and shrub tufts. Yep, 40. Well, it's the extra 28 seconds there, Denethor. Yes, indeed. It's the extra 28 seconds. That makes all the difference. Always does, right? Every single stream. Those few extra seconds. Let me work in some of this here. And again, Denethor, you want to share anything in the chat, please, please go ahead and do that, of course. Velfair, it was kind of a... it was a bouncy day. They closed the bank. Literally, they pretty much closed the door in my face. I was trying to get over there, but there was a render that I was waiting for it to finish, and by the time I ran over there, that was it. So, and well, now it's Saturday, so we'll just have to wait until Monday for a few different things. So Denethor, it'll be right. I have several videos already. So yeah, Denethor, check out the basing techniques video. It's I use the same static grass applicator box. I use the Green Stuff World static grass. I used Woodland Scenic static grass. I used WWS Scenic, static grass. I used Geek Gaming Scenic static grass. Also used some of the Nach foliage, and then there was other stuff that I had gotten on Amazon. And this was the first time I ever made something like this right here. So I've never made tufts like that, and that was super fun. I'm going to definitely be doing more of that. While I still have all the basing stuff up here, I might actually just make some more tufts. Just to have them. Because, well, I'll probably be using some of those on here because we didn't add any of the Make It Epic basing stuff. So yeah, Denethor, they don't make them like that. That is the benefit of making your own, is that you can make whatever colors that you need, whatever shapes that you need, the size that you need. Because again, regular grass tufts on a 72 mil fig like this, it basically looks like some kind of moss. Doesn't really look a whole lot like grass or even flowers. Also, how many flower tufts have the leaves on them? And again, as I was showing last night during the stream with the whole rose thing, if there's no leaves on it, how in the world is that flower supposed to actually grow? Because the leaves are actually the nutrition part. That's where it's getting the sun from the flowers, just to get the bugs to go do stuff. It was weird, Valver. There was like this frantic waving of arms, like, don't come in here, don't come in here. Let me roll with a bit more here. So Denethor, yeah, they, again, if it's going to be a shrub or something like that, or a flower, and there's no leaves on it, it ain't much of a flower. Again, it's very weird that a flower there's like a stalk with a flower on there with no leaves, no nothing. So yeah, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to not have any leaves at all on your grass and flower tufts, especially your flower tufts. Yeah, Denethor, I did mention that in the video that you can make your own foam by grinding that up. Now, I just get that off of Amazon because I don't have an extra, like a food processor or whatever. They can almost just kind of sacrifice to making the grass tufts, because much like, well, at least Sculpey, it's just the smell of it that gets in your oven, not really much of anything else. Let me do this right here. Let me do a little bit more here. I mean, case in point, with a Cathy's oxalis plant there, which I didn't even know it had flowers. I thought, okay, it's just leaves. What the hostas, that's right, yeah. With the hostas, those seem to have taken Valfera. Now, I think there's maybe one, maybe two tops that just never started growing. But at least, I think I think 5 of them are. So in that case, I think there's only maybe one that didn't take. Because, yeah, Denethor, that stuff, once I found it on Amazon, actually I'm going to try and find me some more of that, just to see if there's some more new interesting stuff. And now the Nach foliage, that's pricey stuff. I think I did actually get that on Amazon too. But, well, it might be easier for you to get that because it's made in Germany, Denethor. So that'll be next door to you. So that might be something to check out. I mean, it's nice stuff for sure. It's just, well, for me, it's going to take a while to get here. That's for sure. Get a little more of the, again, that lighter magenta, that side of the face over here. How long have we been working on this thing? 49 minutes. 49 minutes ago. How much paint did we have on this? We had none. It was all just that primer color right there. That's all it was. Like the weeping angel says, don't blink. It is ironic, Velfira, because for many years there was sort of a mutual war of annihilation between plants and myself. So it is very interesting that I've now kind of switched gears to trying to make those grow instead of trying to kill them as fast and as efficiently as possible. Let me stroll a little bit backwards here. Ah, there we go. Touch more of our lightest pink there again on the side of the face. It's going to get influenced by that light up there. Here's my pink there, and again we're using the Paul Rubens floor. There we go. There's some of our floral color getting back in there. So yeah, Denethor, again, I check out some of the basing techniques. There's, I think I just, what was it? Oh, episode 75. Which tactically means, okay, you have to figure there's 46 army painting series. Each of those has a basing episode. So, for all intents and purposes, 130 basing episodes there. There's also other types of basing episodes, so I wouldn't be surprised if, when you count them all out, there's upwards of 200 basing episodes. And, well, like you're talking there, Denethor, it's, even with all of those episodes, I still feel like I'm just kind of barely scratching the surface of what is possible with basing, especially, well, if Recoil was here, we often say it's the golden age of miniatures, but it's most definitely the golden age of basing. More basing, more better. Now, the nice thing about the that static grass applicator box Denethor, as opposed to say the wands or whatever, that it's powered by a 9-volt battery, which means should you zap yourself, you're not getting blown across the room with a new hairstyle and maybe x-ray vision or something like that. You're just going to get a little, it's going to be, you'll notice it. It ain't going to feel good, but at least it's not going to, again, give you a new hairstyle or something along those lines. Now, okay, let's get some of you. Also some of you. Let's start thinking about some regular skin tone that is not necessarily object source lit, especially over there. A little bit there, a little bit through there. Everybody check out that Discord link that Denethor just shared. Everybody please give Denethor a follow. Denethor does the sculpting, Denethor does the oil paints, Denethor does a bunch of different stuff. Now, Velfir, I tried to find a Dauntless and the Enterprise. I thought the Dauntless that I found was not going to be like a super detailed thing. It's kind of like the race car Valfera. So that's another thing I gotta do at the stream after the stream is try and see, okay, what's involved with putting together some build plates of that. I have no idea what size it is. And then Valfira, I think both of these were on Cults 3D. Yeah, they were both on Cults 3D. There's an Enterprise, well, it's Lexington class, but it was an Enterprise, and it was, again, super, super, super detailed. So, who knows, it might be like 1/700 scale ship size or something, Valfira. I'll shoot you some links so you can just have fun checking those out. I was, what was the other thing? Oh, yeah, the fudge store from, what is it? Oh, it's in, near St. Louis. Well, it's in Missouri. I know it's in Missouri somewhere. I was going to get some of their stuff, but holy smoky, that I forgot just how not cheap that stuff was. That is not cheap stuff. Holy smokies. Again, getting a little bit more of a skinny tone right there. So it's, oh geez, that's right. I gotta get my Loot Studios logo here. Where's my Loot? I just had, oh, there it is. Let's get our Loot Studios logo out here. There we go. Look at that, it's like magic. So it's a Loot Studio scope. No idea what it is. No idea what release it's from. All I know is that it's a Loot Studio scoped. Beyond that, I got no clue. It actually is one that I printed out recently. However, I also went through, gosh, maybe it was around Adepticon time or something. Yeah, I went through and I found a bunch of old Loot Studios releases. So this could be a very old release right here. I have no idea, again, how new or how not new this is. Denethor, much like the new Army Painting series, I took pictures of it. I brought it into AI and I said, give me some magenta glow, give me gold filigree on the dress there, and the auburn hair. I also did some permutations where the glow was green. So yeah, we did a bunch of different stuffs. And the nice thing is it's 3D printed, right? So I can just, well, do another one of these. And again, everybody please check out the Discord link that Denethor just shared not so long ago. Now we gotta start doing this on our non-object source lit portions. Start doing that, and this is also going to be a little different coloration. This should be an interesting film noir, Valfera. Yeah, we'll have to make sure we do some of these in a little bit because I think it should be interesting. For sure. Because we'll talk about color contrast, Valfera. I think it's really going to make a big difference here. I think it's going to make a huge difference with our magenta glow. It may not even look like glow once we do our film noir. I wouldn't be surprised. Either that or it's very minimal glow. Again, there's our... we had to set all this stuff up. And again, hashtag no layers, right? Do you see any kind of layering, gentle layering there? Nah, hashtag no layers. Come on. There, okay, there we are. should probably get a little bit of the magenta glow now. Okay, so we'll leave that kind of somewhat alone for right now. Again, you can see we're just hammering away at that with the same color. Let it blend with all the stuff that's already there. That's the whole point, right, of using the oils so that we can do this very sort of thing right here. I can even take something to use as a blending brush. We'll maybe utilize this guy here. Look at that. Again, hashtag no layers. No layers. Is that a... Okay, yeah, there was a little piece of something that never was wiped away there. Also getting away from the skin tone more, a little bit more towards this dirty violet color here. Who knows, maybe on this we're going to try and do a little bit of our gold embroidery too. So I just going to hammer that on there. We're going to take this brush here. And we're just going to let that get incorporated into everything else. Now, this is the basically either all Paul Rubens or right now, yeah, this is a Paul Rubens we're using. Also, have been using the alkyds, the Griffin alkyds too. Get a little bit of this down onto here. Where is that blending brush shoulder here? So this is one of those Paul Rubens, not radiant colors. Basically, this is well, there's the radiant violet, and this is sort of like a darker, deeper version of it. That's even, I think it's got maybe a little bit of something opposite in there too. Because it's not just like a magenta or a violet. There is definitely something else, like a third color in there. Whoops. That ain't supposed to happen. Oh, wow, yeah. It's like we have an eraser. Wouldn't that be nice for you to be able to do with your acrylics, which you can't do? Not with those, you can't. So again, we're getting all of this lighter stuff out here. We're going to start doing the hair. See, that's starting to get less and less and less shiny. When we see this shine pretty much go away from that, then we know, okay, we can get down into the hair, start doing some stuff on that. So essentially tomorrow I've got to start printing out at least the Dauntless stuff, because our last Dauntless, was that 2020? I think that was in 2020. So again, we're going to continue this lighter stuff here, but very much of a different color. That's a very intense color. The values are almost the same. In fact, yeah, they're almost the same. Probably a little bit lighter, I want to say, in favor of the source lighting at the moment, which kind of makes sense at this point. Keep rolling with this here. All the way down here again. Where's that blending brush? As we like to call it, the old plop and push. We plop a color on there, we grab another brush, and just kind of push that stuff around. Another reason I didn't do the green glow is wasn't all that long ago. One of our recent Loot Studios figures that had green glow on there. So let's do a magenta. People like to see that because I guess there's really not a lot of tutorials, I suppose, that have that. So here I'm going to give me a little hint of the magenta there, and a little hint of it there. And you can see that's mixing with the stuff all right there, like it should. That's what we want. I'm going to maybe just snag this again as another blending brush, just a soft brush. Just tap, tap, tap. Not doing this. All that's going to do is either smear it or wipe the paint away. This little tap, 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 almost like a Morse code type of thing. You can see it's got now a little bit of magenta there. So Valfair, I'm going to paint this one up again. We'll do it in the green color scheme. I think actually, Valfair, I might have sent you a bunch of the different reference pics. And actually, now Valfair, I did send you the 2 different versions of the Arizona song, right? I'm pretty sure I sent you both. Obviously, 2 different things. What was supposed to... Oh, let me use some of this. Let me use some of my Radiant Blue here. That the second song was actually, again, supposed to, at the very end of it, have the ship's bell sounding. It did incorporate that into the lyrics, but it didn't actually incorporate that into the song as far as the sound goes. I mean, it was a nice way to incorporate it in the lyrics, but geez, Armored Wolf, I don't think I sent you links to those. I was from what I've learned about the video creation thing, I thought, well, I could just put in some of my painted Arizona pictures, some historical photos, some current photos, obviously, of the memorial and stuff, and just see what it would do with the music, with the photos. I think also, too, I'm starting to learn with Sky Reels, you gotta basically build scenes one at a time instead of like, okay, here's going to be a whole production, a whole movie, and it's just going to render the whole thing all at once. I think you got to break it down into scenes and just kind of do the scenes a little bit at a time, which kind of makes sense because they don't film any movie, 2.5 hours of just continuous roll. There's scenes. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I'll send you those. Again, for whatever reason, right now, the most effective thing has been the music generation. The image generation, well, let's put it this way. I'm not going to be quitting ChatGPT anytime soon based on what I'm seeing here. This is... and I even saw it when I was trying to look at reviews or tutorials. Where's my blending brush? There it is. We need, yeah, let's get more of our light down here. And are we, okay, we're finally now past 1 hour. Again, now this is still nowhere near white. I did add in a little bit of our basically Radiant Blue. Come on, looking to do something lighter there that is also not source lighting. No, let me back off to this. Super quick here. Now, so Velfair, I feel like a Sabatone songwriter. And Recoil, when he heard it, he said, man, something like this, if you are a musician or something like that, you could probably bounce ideas literally off of yourself and kind of get to the juicy bit much quicker and a little less screwing around. Okay, again, yeah, we've got the magenta. Now we got this much cooler color. So this is going to be much more of a saturation and color temperature difference here. Less to do with value, light versus dark. It's much more to do with, again, some of these colors are much cooler than others. Like these, and again, they're also way less saturated than all that up there. The one weird thing about Sky Reels is that unlike ChatGPT, where I could basically use it on, if I had 10 computers in the house, I could use it in 10 different places at once. It would appear that Sky Reels only lets you work on one machine. So if you open it up on one machine, all of your other devices, it doesn't work there anymore. That seemed odd to me, but it does seem to be the case. No. Let me get this. There we go. There's our light that we need there. Also out here. Again, blending brush here. And you can see how we're doing that tapping motion. Just junky old craft brush. That's all that is. More of that over here. Like I said, we haven't even gotten to anything that would be white. We still have all of our filigree to do. Whole bunch of freehand type stuff. Almost ready to start fooling around with it here. Let's start doing that. Again, there's a little bit of shininess there, but I think we can roll with this now. Got kind of an orangey thing going on there. And once again, hashtag no layers. You can see that's significantly lighter than what's already there. Let's hit this now. Actually, I think I know. So if we want to do that green version that I was talking about, all of those paints that Kathy's sister sent me, among those paints was things like cadmium green. We also have our green, our chromium green there, right, our green oxide. So yeah, maybe we do this one again, but do it as the green. That would be for a tutorial. Okay, yeah, let me just stick with this here. That's mostly the yellow mixed with our Terra Rosa. little something lighter down in there too. I'll have to start fooling around with these golds here, but I think with those I need to probably go a little bit stronger with the greens. Because otherwise it's just going to get caught up with the same, with our hair color and everything, which again we have to make sure we leave some dark there, right? Light, then dark, and then more light here. We are going to reinforce our darks over there. I might even do that now. Push that down in there. Let's start to play around with some of our darks again here. Maybe not quite that much paint on the brush. Looking to get some shadow things happening here as well. Try to get some reflected light as well on these metal bits there. Something dark there now. This is where we wanted our trying to get some of that Van Dyke brown going. Not going to get the magenta in there. So there's a bit of intense dark there now. And this darker color that I'm doing, this is not an opaque color. That is not opaque, yet you can see it. It essentially covers. That has more to do with how the paint's being put on there than it is the paint itself. Blending brush once more. Yeah, I'm going to actually pull that darker stuff further down there. That's part of the crown there, right? Yeah, that is part of the crown. More of that, again, that's the more the Van Dyke brown, the darkest brown. That's going to go in some of these areas. And the other side, that's where I think we can get in there with the magenta on the other side over here. Just let the magenta mix with that, and now we're going to get some of that really dark stuff going. Is this our... Nope, that's over here. I'll separate this crown from the hair. This actually can be darker. It really is sort of in shadow. Right, because it's coming down like so. Tone down the skin there on that a little bit. I get not a ton. Nice to see you there, Stoic. Booty, how you doing? Well, oh, it's a happy Saturday here, too. So happy Saturday to you, Stoic. I hope that you are doing well. So great to see you. Here's hoping that you've got maybe a fabulous weekend planned of painting miniatures or playing games or building terrain. Any of those things. And again, if you check out some of the latest Loot Studios figures, there's been a little bit of object source lighting on some of those. The last one that had object source lighting, it was more of the greenish type. That's why I thought we would roll with the magenta here. Gonna get my blending brush again. Even using like a little bit of a glaze there. We gotta get some dark here as well. Doing a little bit of almost that stippling type of brush stroke there. Let me grab myself. Maybe one of these is not quite as destroyed here. Remember, we're talking about some greens for our golds. So, well, look at that. There's green. Radiant green. We're going to mix that up with the Indian yellow. So it's a combo of the Paul Rubens. All of the magenta stuff is very much the Paul Rubens. A lot of the other, even what I'm using here now, the Indian yellow is a Winsor Newton. That what looks like radiant green, that is actually the Paul Rubens, not radiant green. So okay, there. That's again almost more of a greenish coloration to it. So again, just a combination of the Griffin Alkids and Paul Rubens. We also used the Paul Rubens Magenta last night pretty thoroughly in this one right here. So that was another one of our Thursday Spacescapes. Thanks, Stoic. Appreciate that. So again, right, what we got going on here is almost a yellowish green. Also hoping that that will provide a little bit of contrast with all the auburn colored hair. Got another one of these little bracelet slash gauntlet things. Now again, this is from Loot Studios. I do not know what release this is. I don't know. It was just, again, I think it was an older release that I was able to... I basically was kind of re-downloading a bunch of Loot Studios stuff. The Winsor Newton Alkids, that they're nice too. They are usually more like $6 a tube. 6 to 9, I think. Come on. A little something more there. Okay, yeah. So now that starts to stand out. Our little gemstone here. Doing the... We're going to get that. I think we have basically a Lizard Crimson out there. We'll get some of our white into that, and that'll lighten that up pretty well. Now I don't know if you've had a chance to get yourself the Paul Rubens. Their Stoic. From last I saw, I think at least in the U.S. on Amazon's there, they have those. They seem to be $3 less, I think, is what it was. We'll definitely have to come back with our. Oh yeah, definitely have to come back with something darker there to cut away some of what we added there. That line got awful thick, awful quick. Gotta be careful what that's gonna touch. Is that gonna touch the top of the dress there? I believe that some people have maybe painted this with some sort of, I don't know. Again, I would have to know the name of the figure to be able to conduct any kind of search for it. So yeah, Stoic, I did a number of videos with the Paul Rubens fluorescence. There was one that's actually, I think, if it's not the latest color theory in all, it's the next to the latest. I'm not sure that those are the ones that are significantly on sale right now. A little bit more of our light up there too, again, using this like a little bit like a filbert brush, a micro filbert brush. Okay, so she is Circe. From the March 2025 release, Trials of Hades. Okay, so nowhere near as old as I thought. So thanks for finding that, Valfira. I keep thinking of stuff like the Bellinok stuff, like Demeter and Frigga and such. Yeah, but those are from Bellinok. And I'm just gonna throw some of the light on there. Then we will come back with our yellows. I don't have Mars Yellow Deep out here. I might have to throw that out here at some point. So thanks for finding that, Valfira. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to print this one out again, and then have some fun. Doing a different coloration on it. I think for sure. It's gonna still be too orange. There we go. Okay. And I didn't want it to be too orange to basically completely match the hair. This is still essentially a dry brush, even though it's a micro dry brush right there. Oh, and by the way, this is 89 minutes. 89 minutes ago, we had no paint on this at all. It was, as they say, a blank canvas miniature. Go back to my, right, that's even got some of our Van Dyke brown in it. Fine, we'll chuck a little bit of green down in that too. And like I said, here we might do a little bit of water effect. I don't know. remains to be seen. Got a whole bunch of blue on that brush right now. I'm going to try and get rid of some of that. And we'll work that into here. I think there is, yep, there is a little bit of this, well, water for lack of a better term over here. That wasn't much, it was just those two spots. Touch of the lighter, not radiant blue. Thanks, Arma Wolf, for posting a link to the new YouTube channel. So again, you want to subscribe to that because, well, this session, right, where's it going to have to go? It can't go on Twitch anymore because they eliminated all that. So this is where it's going to have to go. This and all our other sessions are going to be here on the Linseed Fellowship channel. So, well, now we actually have a whole bunch of our 2D art here. We can show that. So for the longest time, did 2D art. These are at the last, what, 9 stream? Because we did this one last night. We did this one the week before that. So we did 2D art for many years. And now I just apply all the same principles of 2D art to our miniatures, and they're basically the same. Same thing with terrain. So Valfera, the latest one I printed out, the front wheels were gone and the back wheels too. And I printed it tiny. It was like 1/3 that size. Actually, Valfera, there's part of me that's tempted to see what would happen if I printed it on the FDM printer. I'd have to give it a base though. Right now I'm printing Isengard, so that ain't going to happen. And I'll be printing out Isengard at least probably for the next week or so. And that would just be mostly the wall, the outer ring wall. Now, I would imagine that there was only one entrance to Isengard. The way Jacob's got it, there's 4. The way he kind of shows it in his PDFs and stuff, I'm like, nope, we're not doing. It was almost all bastions and gates and no regular wall segments. So I'm doing. I know why he went with the gates, because he's trying to make it not a little bit more accessible, right? Instead of there's just a one entrance, and basically it's all about the fight for the one entrance, and once that ends, the game is pretty much over. So yeah, basically all of this, the techniques that I use on the miniatures, all developed when I did 2D art. I did pastels, watercolors, the whole shooting match. And that when we talk about composition, when we talk about all the different forms of contrast and everything else, that is all stuff from the 2D art days. I still appreciate that. Might darken that a little bit too. Let me see if there's a. Maybe try and do at least a couple lights on the eyes, and maybe some of the cloth here. Just breaking this down super quick here. Gotta get our eyes rolling here. And we talk about it all the time. We've got again tons and tons of videos that go into that idea of how do you take some of that 2D art stuff. Well, like color contrast here. Let's do a film noir, like so. Uh, Basically disappears our source lighting. It's like not even there. The source lighting is more of a color thing. Even now, just a few percentage points of colors that came back. Right, it is more of a color thing, not so much a value. I mean, there's value in there, but for the most part, the biggest differences are going to be with the saturation, with the color itself, the temperature of it. There's also, remember, we have edge contrast. We don't want to forget about that. That is incredibly important when you want to show things like metal or any kind of hard surface, as opposed to something, well, like cloth. It's going to be a much softer surface, or the cheekbone, or the area in the cheek where we want it to be, again, very, very, very soft. And that film noir thing, nice thing about that is all you gotta do is just take your phone, take a picture of your miniature, you kill the color, you got yourself a film noir. I mean, every phone has some kind of photo app in it you can manipulate stuff with. Getting some over light down on this part of the ponytail there. Yeah, too much. Again, that is where a blending brush comes in. Very handy. So again, here's another one of our Loot Studios figures. Edge is another big deal here. So on the softer parts of the cloak, right, softer edges, and even with the freehand, some parts of that also not hard edges. Same thing with the face. You can see the softer edges on the face, the harder edges than on the crown. And again, this is one of our tutorial series. We painted, this is also a Loot Studios figure, but printed in FDM, and even with some of the freehand is harder edges than others. Yeah, Stoic, I did one, that was one of the very first painting large-scale tutorials using that particular figure. Valfir, did they do something with the coins? Actually, I gotta look through there and see. I think I had gotten some things like their terrain bits and stuff. I think that was some of the last stuff that I got with my coins. I think they just call them loot coins, right? Right, Valfira? So yeah, that was one of the very, very, very first Loot Studios figures that I did. Actually, Valfira, I got the Cyber Loot Studios one printed out too. I think it's a Loot Studios one. Some Cyber Girl or something like that. Yeah, I think that must be something that changed. Because I didn't even know there was such a thing. And they're like, what the heck are these? And then I seem to remember at some point people kind of mourning the loss of their coins or whatever. Sure, we'll try to get a little bit of the light on that too. And again, we're going to try and do some freehand stuff. Some kind of filigree in some places, not everywhere, but at least in some places. No. Where's my blending brush? There we go. Now let's throw it. Hopefully you can get to those. And oh, and Velfira, if you wanted to share your dragon there, sorry about that, Velfira. I knew there was something I was forgetting. Where's my? No. I don't want the. No, let's not have the orange in there. Let's have it be a little bit more like a burgundy type color, not so much a magenta. There is a bit of a gemstone up there. This thing kind of lost all of its color. I'll be going back over the top of that with my I guess it's sort of an alizarin crimson. Not sure if that's exactly what it is. So yeah, Velfira, I like that the green one. What it showed was like the whole thing had much more green. So cast, like the dress itself was green. It was less of a cast light, and it was more like just the dress itself was green. I wasn't super sure that I really wanted that much green there. Do I? Yeah, here we go. Oh, I do have this. Let me see if I can use this. If it still is. Good. I'm just trying to mark this as like a new one here that I'm just starting to use. So I'm just marking this here with this pen. Now let's try to do some stuffs with the eyes here. Go on with the. Well, I guess I need to break down that violet if I want to use that. Also, where's my Payne's gray? Darken that a little. Little shadow on the lower lip there. Now maybe on the lower eyelid. At least on that side. Yeah, Velfira, that what we did whenever we mixed the magenta and the turquoise together, we would get that interesting violet color, right? Especially last night. Do I have? Let me see how light this is going to be. I'm thinking that the faces had a chance to set for a little while. Okay, yeah, that is showing up a little bit more now. Also, too, hashtag no death grip on the brush either. Our hand is nowhere near that metal ferrule, not even close. more than I wanted there. Let me can use that to soften it. Also take some of it away. Touch of the magenta out there as well. Now that should be a touch lighter with their magenta there. Okay, yeah. Had to be patient here. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. Finally can get into more of my much later magenta on this part of the rope here. It is facing right up towards that, so makes sense it should be lighter. And yeah, we are not even 2 hours into the process here. One hour 46 minutes. I'm just going to roll with a blending brush there. We'll change some of the gemstones there. Also the skin color and value there, I think. There's, yeah, I guess, is that her shoulder? Okay, that is just a skin there. There's not, there are no folds there of cloth or anything. Still, if you wanted to post any of your stuff there in the chat, some of your Hero Forge stuff that you're working on, please go ahead and do that. You got Insta, Discord links, whatever's. And again, this should be a perfect thing for, well, whatever one of our new sets of grass and flower tufts that we just made, again, in our latest tutorial video that'll be probably going up, I think, June 1st on the Patreon page. Well, Velfair, let's do one parting film noir here, right? Let's do that one more time here. So we'll take a look, see at what it looks like here, and I'll do the back. We're just about to do the hairs. I was hoping you could get the chance to see the hair, that third part of our value scheme. But here, let's do this. And again, it kind of disappears, doesn't it, Velfera? I mean, it really does. It really, really, really does. So, Velfera, sorry that there was more mayhem there. I will, again, I'll shoot you some messages. Hopefully there'll be some new songs to send you as well. And again, I will be trying to combine all of that stuff into a video. Whoops, not there. Okay, there we go. Let me try to lighten up a little bit of the lower lip, cheekbones there. So see you later there, Velfer, and again, take care. Here's hoping that the new oven is really, really, really nice, and you can do a lot of fun things with it too. So everybody check out the lapidary projects there from Stoic. Oh, gee whiz, that's right. My sister gave me a bag of, they're not in here, the bag of fossils. Yes, the bag of fossils. I knew there was something that was supposed to be in the room with me here. Yes, of all things, a bag of fossils. Of actual fossils. Now, apparently, at Denali National Park, you just walk around and they're there. Whereas here, you have to go to Thornton Quarry and you actually have to dig those up. So, most of the fossils in the family are actually at the actually on the train set board, which so they can represent Thornton Quarry. So again, everybody please check out some of the lapidary stuff there from Stoic Beauty. Stoic Booty, sorry. Alright, we're going to take this. We're going to take this. A little touch of the white there. A little bit more of the yellow. Start to work that into the hair here. We haven't really done much beyond a little bit of mid-tone stuff so far with the hair. We've mostly been emphasizing the darks there. And again, 2 hours ago. This is all just this color right here, basically that primer color. It's the usual brushed on Stynylrez primer. If you want to do the oil painting, that's very important, especially if you want to do the pre-glaze stuff. And it doesn't hurt no matter what approach you're going to use, but for the pre-glaze approach, yeah, you definitely want to make sure you got the Stynylrez for that. Let me hit some of that up here. Injecting a little bit of the white into that now. And now the hair starts to take on some light. Hey there, Rocky. Nice to see ya. So happy Saturday there, Rocky. A little more than right here, yep. Some over here. So Rocky again, hope that your Saturday's off to a fabulous start there. Hopefully you'll get a chance to do maybe some painting this weekend. So Denethor, what's interesting, well, the oils, they actually do stick to the even to plastic miniatures. Now, I have seen that certain resins or certain like semi-cured resins, for whatever reason, the oil paint never dries on those. And also too, I think what is that stuff? Oh God, it's the D&D, the Whiz Kids figures or something like that. Whatever the plastic is on those, that's another one where even with the Stynylrez primer, the oils just don't want to dry on that because there's some kind of weird reaction going on. I don't know what kind of plastic those Whiz Kid figures are. Now, hopefully you got yourself a fun color scheme there, Rocky. And you'll be able to have a blast doing that over the weekend. See you later there, Underdeep. I hope the game was fun. So Denethor, that's why I'm starting to really believe that beginner folks, they might want to get themselves into the Alkyd stuff because, well, those paints are just cheaper. And they tend to, well, they're going to dry. Even perhaps if you really piled the paint on there to too far high of a degree. Where's my, okay, there's a little bit of my red there. Get some of the Rosa. I think we'll also do a little bit of our glazy stuff over the top of this. Hi there, Time Lord. How you doing? Let me do this here. So there was somebody that sent me miniatures or whatever that they had printed. Now, it didn't happen to me because obviously I'm printing out my own stuff. I have total control over all the resins and stuff. Denethor, if you wanted to share some of the old fall stuff that you did there, that'd be fabulous. I have a few of the Eldfold Chronicles figures. Is one of them around here somewheres? Well, actually, I know this is one. Actually, there's a couple of them here. Not the one that I was thinking about, but this is definitely one of them. We painted this one. I'm pretty sure we painted this one up on stream, didn't we? It was either on stream or in a vid. I don't remember which anymore. Actually, this one we also did. Again, either on stream. That's another Eldfold Chronicles miniature there. So, Time Lord, hope that you are doing well this Saturday morning. Yeah, I think we'll go back. We'll hit our magenta slash Van Dyke Brown. Yeah, that's what we're doing for our darker glaze. We also have to start thinking about our freehand pattern that's going to be going over the top of some of this stuff here. Also trying to get a little bit of different color on our trim area here. Oh, that's our light that we're trying to use. And then, like I said, we'll come back with our much darker stuff as well. So you see a distinct difference between our colors here, right? The warmer colors over here. Now it's making that look a little bit cooler, whereas this makes that look even warmer. And you can see, again, a contrast to the cloth and also that. Multiple types of contrast. Light and dark, okay, yeah, that is a part of it. But again, there's many other forms of contrast that are as important or more important. So Denethor, hopefully Arasu and Banco are also doing okay there. Not sure if you guys have been able to get together and do more Valheim stuff or BG3 or whatever. take my yellow here. Oh, that's right. We want to have a little bit of the green in there. Thin this down, though. So now we're finally at the 2-hour mark. And again, 2 hours ago, we had nothing on here. No paint whatsoever. It kind of seems to maybe roll that way, right, Denethor, where you get to play a whole bunch, and then all of a sudden it gets to be a while before you get to do that again. So Rocky, well, let's see, we are 2 hours in. We'll be probably at least 2 hours more. Could be longer. Yeah, I remember Ratu saying that work was especially crazy of late. We're going to keep rolling here. Some reflected light on the gold stuff there. This is a new brush here, so I've been trying to almost kind of condition this new brush here. Get some of my violet working now. Gonna break that stuff down a little bit. Don't want to turn into a pinline wash though. Okay, I think we've got that broken down a little bit more. Yeah, that's it. And we're gonna have the eyes going off to the to the screen's left-hand side. Sharpen up a couple of the edges on our shadows there. Oh, also these need a little more separation. Like in there. Ah, that's fantastic, Denethor. So Rocky, I do believe on the Instagrams, I've got some. I have some of the bugs on there. I don't have them here next to me to show. We will be doing a Battlefleet Gothic Tyranid fleet in that same color scheme. Basically, they were like the kind of those almost like metallic beetles. So we used the interference colors on those. We were using turning our oils into metallics. That's something I need to actually throw up a screen for. Is for that particular army painting series. What was that one? Was that Army Painting Series 42, I think it was. I did a whole tutorial series about that. And again, I do believe there's at least some pictures on the Instagrams there of that of those Tyranids. Trying to there we go. I think I'm going to do the same thing on the other side, perhaps here. Van Dyke Brown. Some of our red here. So Van Dyke Brown, some of our red. Taking care of that, okay. I'm going to darken some of you down here. We got a whole bunch of mid-tone and light. kind of right next to each other. Where is my Indian yellow? There we go. There's my Indian yellow. And again, we'll have to. We're gonna work on some freehand patterns, I think. Maybe just to get on the fringes of this. Not absolutely everywhere. Again, got my brown here. I'm gonna do some more glaze stuff on the hair, I think. And down here, I think. Maybe even more with the Van Dyke brown to darken this. I think that's going to give me a little bit more of that separation that I need. Maybe even down in there. Yeah, that needs to be darker too. Oh, this definitely needs to be darker. That will make all of the magenta light start to stand out some more too. Maybe not as much up there as I was originally thinking. Yeah, this needs some where the crown is. And now I think the crown's going to separate a little bit more if I do that. Yeah, I think that'll work. So maybe I don't have those posted to the Instagrams. I thought for sure that I did. Okay, so now we've darkened the hair back up again. I'm gonna try this eye one more time here. Let me take away what's there and let's try this again. I better thin that down a little bit more. I basically had to make, I had to make the eye a little bit wider than it actually is in order for that to translate. Might need to go a little bit more with my shadow on the face here. Let me also get, I forgot, yeah, the fluoro there is kind of coagulated a bit. Might have to throw some new fluoros out there. Fine, we'll get a little bit more of the dark down on the skin there, maybe a little bit there. Probably some more darks down into that fold, I guess. Over here. Now I have to either get more of the source light or something. Right, let me see if I can scare up one of my flashlights here. It doesn't really matter what color it is. So that is not showing me much of anything there. Let me try this one. Okay, so it does reach down there. That's all I needed to see. Hey, Ashin, how you doing? So, Ashin, I hope that you're doing well. And, of course, happy Saturday. Great to see you. Fun with another Loot Studios figure. Right here. Also using the new Paul Rubens. The new Paul Rubens Floral Colors 2. It is kind of funny that it ended up being this type of a color scheme given our 2D painting from last night, which was this. So, yeah, it really was not intended to be this way. Originally, that source lighting was going to be more like a green or something. Let me get a little bit more of our magenta color here, I think. And man, we might need to lighten that up some more. Maybe more on the hair up here towards the top too. Might actually just need to go a little even lighter with our source light color here. Just a few little bits and bobs there of the hair. So that would be in shadow right there. Okay, I'm not trying to restore. There's one little strand of hair there I was trying to get later. I'm going to go later with this first, and then we'll see if we need to come back I think we'll need to come back the other way with some darks to, if anything, also sharpen up a few edges. Yeah, let me... okay. I was pretty sure I had my latest lights in the source lighting here, but we might roll in with a little more there. Thanks, appreciate that, Hashin. Now, this was the reference we created here. We took a picture of the miniature, we brought it into ChatGPT. We said, show me some semi-translucent cloth, show me some gold embroidery on that cloth, show me magenta lighting. And I think it did reasonably well, creating a workable reference for us. I also typed in show me green. I changed a couple of the other parameters, so they'll definitely be doing this one again with some other color schemes. Well, I liked what I saw. It seemed to be pretty fun. Where is a space that I can use this? I think out here. So this is now much warmer, but super, super, super translucent red here. This, I think, is our new... it's probably the alizarin crimson from Winsor Newton. even throw a little touch of that down here on the wand, scepter, whatever that thing is. And again, there's nothing that says we can't, kind of work translucently back into this. I'm going to try and darken up the flame or whatever a little bit here, because a lot of what's there is that's just our initial kind of dry brush stuff. We haven't really kind of gone back in and refined this yet. Yeah, a little bit more of our dark right then there. Probably do some of it on the finger. Yeah, see, the more that we do, the more it spices up the light. Combination of our quinacridone magenta, very translucent, and our fluorescent oils there, also extremely translucent. Nice to see you there, Doji. So Doji, we dove into the cobalt teal bluish quite a bit last night. So Doji, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Of course, do that. And Doji, we were just showing the reference that I was able to create again by taking a picture of the miniature itself and then bringing that in and giving it some new parameters. You're going to get mixed results with that, because I think sometimes it does not quite understand what different parts of the miniature are. Thanks, Hushin. And of course, with a film noir, take a look at these. When we put this in film noir, basically the source lighting almost just disappears, because we lose all of the saturated colors, the unsaturated colors, the warmer colors, the cool colors, all that goes away until we bring back our color. There we go. We have it back up to 50% there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Okay, I think, yeah, we've got our dark pretty well established on the, well, their bracelet, whatever that is. Also, I think I'm going to get a little more shading on the lips there. Now I think I'm going to try and come back the other way, because the source lighting is almost behind her. Now I got to come back the other way with the light on the face. Let me see if we can manage that here. And again, everybody please check out the link that Doji posted. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. And of course, also playing the game of the edge contrast too. That is just as important. Now that really helps to determine where things maybe are cloth and such. I think we're also maybe going to start playing around with a little bit of our freehand design here. So let me get my reference back up here. And we're going to try to do a little something down here. Let me just start out with this maybe. Just do something like this. It's not really going to show up much just yet. It will when we get our later stuff on there. Try to get just a little, some kind of fun pattern here of some kind. I'll have something go in the opposite direction there, I think. Try another batch of it over. First. Let's do this first. Some of our blue down here. That's a little too much. Let's get some of that violet back in there. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Now let's try this again. Another bit of that pattern is going to come around like so. Now I'm going to take that away. Change it around here. More of it over here. Not a super specific pattern like our other Loot Studios. The Guinevere. Now we'll try to get some of our later stuff on the freehand here. Nice to see you there, Surface Tension. Everybody please check out this link that Surface Tension going to share, because some fabulous oil painted miniatures there. So Surface Tension, I have to send you a few songs again, because that seems to be, at least right now, the thing that they have had the most success with in Sky Reels. Definitely sticking with ChatGPT for any kind of pictorial stuff, for sure. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. So yeah, Surface Tension, you can see some little bit of the references down in the lower corners. And in a bit, I'll bring up the primary reference itself. Try to make you a little bit lighter there. So again, everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. And surface tension that I was showing off the Welsh Landian Payne's gray shade, or cadmium gray. We're also going to go with some darker stuff here too, but we haven't gotten our latest stuff on here yet, so we'll wait. Till we have that latest stuff. Alright, let's go much lighter here. Now let me see what happens with this. A little bit of our Indian yellow, I think. Now we're getting a whole lot lighter here. Maybe we gotta thin that down a little. Not too light down in here. It is sort of a shadowy area. Let's take some of that away. Now I think I want to lighten up some of this along these edges here a little bit more. I think we can lighten up this a touch as well. Yeah, we got that light now. Then we might need to let some of that set for a little bit, I think. So we're going to try and get a little more extra little things in here. Like you do. Come out a little extra. There we go, on the end of that. Bringing in the little extra little hooks on some of these little bits of our embroidery there. And we'll do some more of this up here. Getting a little bit more of our light. So yeah, surface tension here is the... Where's my... There we go. So that's the reference that we made. Basically took a picture of the figure. It worked a lot better with this figure than with the High Elf guys, because I think it just could not understand what that armor was all about on the horse. And you know how the High Elf Dragonites have kind of that weird helm basically on the horse? And I think ChatGPT, just no matter how much I tried to illustrate it, it just kind of thought of that as part of the horse's ear. The other thing is I primed this one, whereas the High Elf figures, I didn't prime those. Now, of course, I also didn't prime that Conquest figure either. I don't know if you had a chance to see that video. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing from now on, surface tension. Obviously, just like our IndyCar, right, where I took basically the exact STL of the render of the vehicle itself and wrap the color around that. It makes sense to do that, right? Hey there, Sea Dragon, how you doing? So happy Saturday there, Sea Dragon. Now we're a little further into Saturday than I thought. I thought it was still only about 12:30 or so. Yeah, we've been doing this for what, 2.5 hours here, and originally it was all this. Actually, I am gonna hit that with our dark here. So let me do something really quick here. Also gonna try and get some of the paint out of that too, but let me see if I can grab this. So Sea Dragon, hopefully this weekend you'll be able to do some fun stuff. Well, that makes a big difference there. I think I can still get some more darks in on the base again. That's supposed to probably be some kind of water there. I'll most likely try to do that with water effects. Probably just take a little bit of my heavy gloss gel and throw that on there. Little more. There we go. Alright, so that tells me I can definitely go, I think, a little bit darker with certain parts of the base. I will probably also be doing flock and foliage on there, so I'm not sure how much I'll fool around with that stuff on the base. Now that's even a little bit... I think that's a little bit later as far as our yellows go here. Gotta break this down some more though. So see you later there, Doji. Of course, thanks as always for hanging out. Appreciate that. And again, everybody please check out those the miniatures that Doji posted. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. Trying to get me a little bit of my golds on there. Now, where's my green? Reflected light there. Some of it down here. Let me break into our Van Dyke Brown, Indian Yellow. Trying to find one other kind of different color shade. It's also got to be on the more translucent side. More Indian Yellow, I think. Okay, now we're getting some of the magenta in there, which is also translucent, so I guess it's all okay. Glad you're still with us here, Blades. Hopefully you've been able to catch a little bit of Z's in between being awake there. And again, everybody please give Blades81 a follow. And I'm glad that the stream went well there, Blades. Trying to, again, do some, maybe some of the darker stuff in here. Work that in here. More that, again, that's more of a dark there. A little bit of it down in here. Where's my Indian yellow? Nope. We'll go back to that stuff. It's got more of the brown in it. And I'll darken that up too. That's funny, Blades, because I kind of do the same thing myself there with the... Well, sometimes it ends up on my head. Because I'll give it to one of the ugly dolls to hold or something like that, and then they end up dropping the foam and it goes on my head. Now, just the fact that they don't have hands, that's no excuse. So again, we got 2 hours 37 minutes ago. This is one of our paint-free objects, as we call it. Yep, there was no paint on this at all. See, I don't think that quite reaches over there as far as casting a little bit of the magenta light on that part of the hair. I don't think so. Also going to try and get a little something darker on that bracelet there so we can come back with maybe something that's lighter here. Thanks, surface tension. We could certainly use a little bit of medicine. Never hurts, right? Surface tension. Now, actually, Blades our fromage had all kinds of extra goodies in it because, well, I had those the barbecued hot dogs there, so I actually add, in addition to the beans with the fromage, I also added some, I just cut up some of the hot dogs, threw those in there. So it was kind of a chili mac dog there, I guess. So appreciate the biddies there, surface tension, thank you so much. You know what? Probably should make those a little later. Let the what's their mix also with it too. Oh, we should probably make that lighter also up there. Now we don't ever want to waste the medicine, right? Surface tension. So that's the actually Blades. They had that Canada Dry fruit splash on sale at the store. They had nothing, no Canada Dry except for just regular ginger ale, nothing. I actually have to try and go back there again tomorrow to see if they've got any more of that. Just, stockpile that. But that is the, and again, it's not Screwball. It is, oh gosh, I forget what it's another brand. It's the same stuff. It's essentially like a peanut butter whiskey. When combined with the ginger ale, basically it's like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And that's been tasty. trying to get some of the latest lights on the gemstone deal here. We need another light right over there. I think. Let me stroll on back to more of our lighter magenta here. Bit more up there, like that. Also over there. Catch a little bit more of our light up here. Actually, I don't think I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna do regular light on here. I think we'll stick with our little bit of freehandy stuff down there, and then we'll just leave this be regular light. I am gonna get me some fast mat weight though for that. So I think this might be it might be a Tennessee whiskey again. The screwball stuff. That's what I had for the longest time, and then this was like $6 cheaper for whatever reason. Don't know why. It's essentially the same thing, same amount of stuff in the container, but it's $6 less. So at $6 less, guess what wins? I'm gonna try and get again some more of the lightest light for the non-object source lit here. Then we'll try to get something even lighter over there. Touch more light, especially on this bit up here. Yeah, real easy to put that on there now. Was would have been much more difficult, say about an hour ago. Where's my de facto blending brush here? Oh geez, we still haven't done our twice baked potato yet. We did do taters. We haven't done our twice baked potato yet. Did the taters with the with that whole chicken in the air fryer. Oh, and the buttered chicken from concentrate paste there. Learned a whole lot of lessons about how to use that. That just needs to be lighter there. Whether it's more of our magenta glow or just a regular ambient light, it's just got to be lighter there. See if I can't sneak some of the paint out of the brush so that I can use it like this. Get that out of there. Smooth that up a little. And almost doing kind of a little bit of a stippling thing right there. Working some more here. So I wonder, was this one? Okay, yeah, so the one that's on the left-hand side there, that was one where I used the drawing tool and I said, show me more of a glow in this area, in the marked area. And I mean, it kind of did pretty much that. So again, thanks for that tip there about how to designate an area, even if it's primitive. It's still that's certainly better than nothing. And yeah, definitely, if you're going to be using sky reels, you're going to need something like ChatGPT for your image generation, which is going to be crucial for your videos. And I still got to figure out surface tension, how in the world you train it to basically make special effects. So, like, okay, if I want to have one of our 1800 scale ships firing its guns or something like that, I basically need to fire or find an image of something firing guns, and instead of relying on that to create something. What's weird is surface tension is it still changes it, and sometimes a lot. Right? You'll say only change the marked area, and shall we say it kind of covers outside the lines then a little bit, which again is weird. I don't know why exactly it does that. But I've some of the other videos that I've watched as far as trying to learn about stuff, they've all said yeah, it every with each permutation, it's going to mess around with it in ways that maybe you didn't really want. What I have noticed is sometimes in that case, I'll just try to go more back to the pure prompt, right? Just load up the images again and go from scratch. So yeah, we have a little creative differences with your AI, right? Surface tension. You have a little bit of a creative argument there.
So say we all.
Hey there, Inkanes. Thank you so much for the sub. If everybody could also give Inganis a follow, because Inganis, guess what, does the oil painting on stream. So Inganis, you want to share some links there, some stuffs, please go ahead and do that. So thanks again, appreciate that surface tension. And Inganis. And again, please go ahead and share stuff in the chat. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. No, 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 no. That means more of our magenta. We swing on back to this here. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Inganes shared, and also give Inganes a follow. So Inganes, I wasn't sure if you were going to maybe try to do a stream this weekend here. Okay, that's getting to be way too much there with the lighter stuff. We're just going to take a whole bunch of that away. And we'll try that again. Still not quite working right, but that's maybe what the darker stuff will be for. Let me try to go lighter now. On the nose, that hair. The upper lip there. I'm going to try that again, but with our magenta and violet maybe. Let's really break that down. Still not quite doing it. It's in a bit of a weird to reach area. So we're just going to go restore the dark there and we'll try it again. Hey there, recoil. Yeah, recoil. I know that some of them, oh gosh. I think it was Mid-Journey that you can basically say be creative, right? I guess you're allowed to go off prompt, and then there's another setting where it's like no, strictly adhere to the prompt. Don't stray. So yeah, recoil. It's just kind of one of those a little bit of a 6 of one, half dozen of the other, right? So recoil. It seems like the Magpies did win that game. Um, let's just say there's potentially a whole bunch of 7 and 5 teams there, recoil, and the dogs they're going to have to win that next game. No, not only is it against Hawthorne, right, who is literally sitting right next to him on the ladder. They got to win this because also too I think Essendon lost again. I think Gold Coast, yeah, Gold Coast definitely has to win their next game. Because I think even if the doggies win and Gold Coast loses, I think the doggies will probably find themselves out of the 8. Nope, nope, nope. I need more. Oh, I need something lighter here. That's a little too dark. No, 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 not that. There's my skin tone. So Rico, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, go ahead. So Recoil, oh, I think I sent you those songs, right? Recoil. Actually, what was supposed to happen in that second one, there was supposed to be the ship's bell tolling at the end. And instead it just kind of included the words in the lyrics, which, I mean, that was okay. That wasn't terrible. But that wasn't quite what I was looking for. So that was the live stream there. Let me, no, that's still too oh, gee whiz, we got nothing going on back there. So yeah, again, it's lots of different crazy things going on. Oh, Landress, geez, Landress, I meant to send you a picture of Isengard, what I've got so far. Yeah, sorry about that, Landress. I was like, what? I knew there was something I wanted to send you, but I forgot. I couldn't remember what the heck it was. But I think you get a kick out of the Isengard stuff. And that's the stuff from, oh yeah, Conquest Creations. So again, getting some of our light down in there. Push it this away here. Actually, Rico, I'm hoping that it's still kind of a fun project, right? I know you haven't been able to do, well, too many fun things there. So while it is a project, hopefully it's still kind of it's got some fun aspects to it as well. What do we? Eh. Ooh, that's got a lot of magenta in there. That's also really, 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 really translucent as it should be. Once again, trying to get some of that darker stuff up here. The darker this stuff is up here, the lighter all the rest of this flame, I guess, is going to look. Trying to make the hand darker because then again the flame looks that much lighter. Once again, darken that down will make the flame look a little bit lighter. And of course it's going to lose the shininess too. So 3 hours ago, this had no paint on it at all.
So say we all.
So sorry, there's more mischief recoil. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. I could certainly use me a little bit of this here. Thank you so much. Boy, Grand Oracle, can't wait to share these on, well, tomorrow basically. Whole new take on the Tufts, especially. I think I was showing you these, right, Grand Oracle? This, as much as I love the flower ones, this is the nifty stuff. I'm gonna make me some more, some more grass stuff just so I can have that stuff. Now, let me try to darken this a little bit in some of these shadows way back in here. Hey there, Camda. Great to see ya. So this is another Loot Studios 75mm fig. Now check this out, Grand Oracle. This was a case where we took a picture of the miniature, brought it into ChatGPT, and then did the colorizing. I said, show me some gold designs in there, some gold filigree and such. And it worked out pretty well, I have to say. I will say this, Grand Oracle, that priming the miniature, taking the picture, and then messing around with it is definitely better than just the unprimed fig. I got away with it with the Conquest thing because it was the same miniature in the color photos. Whereas obviously here I'm trying to colorize something just basically blind from something that's black and white. So I think that has a big say in it. Thanks, Camden. Yeah, we don't get a chance to do that very often, right? To have it actually showing through the fabric. And Camden, we are using just like we did last night, the magenta fluoros from Paul Rubens. So again, that was our Spacescape last night. So hopefully, Grand Oracle, with the show out of the way, this weekend's going to be a little bit more mellow, I guess. That the last several weekends have been somewhat active for you there. So hopefully you get a little bit of a break there. And of course, Camden, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Sorry, I forgot to mention that earlier there, Camden. And everybody check out that Insta link that Camden just shared. Well, Camden, that notion of I think that beginners would maybe benefit from those things. I really do think that they would, Camden, because like we were talking last night, if things go a little bit sideways and they pile way too much paint on the figure like they're going to do when they're new with the oils, if it's not going to take 2 months to dry, they won't get quite as frustrated so quickly. I'm telling you, if I just could wave a magic wand and say, okay, we have a line of miniature paint oils, I mean, I would probably do like, halvesies, but at least I think half of the line would just be alkyds, especially if it was going to be for beginners. So I think it actually kind of helps Camda maybe having, and of course they're less expensive, right? So that's another good thing for, well, beginners. So that's all just free-handed on there. It doesn't exist. Just like in the prompt on the in ChatGPT, there I said just add some gold filigree to it. We're gonna darken down the bottom of that. Sorry about that, Grand Oracle. I was kind of hoping that with that show out of the way, you almost had the trifecta there. You had the scouts away on a retreat that you didn't have to deal with. There were no swim meets. It came close. I know, Grand Oracle, you're kind of biding the time, waiting for that moment when there's a little more liberty for Grand Oracle in play there. Get some of that Payne's Gray in there again. That's our Alkyd Payne's Gray. Maybe a touch more of our dark underneath that too. So again, this is from Loot Studios, and 3 hours, 3 minutes ago, there was no paint on any of this. We will, I think, be using some of our new grass and flower tufts on the base. Oh, in recoil, I was in that latest video with the grass and flower tufts. I was trying to talk as much about the Nach foliage as much as I could, and I think I got most of it on Amazon, if not all of it. There might have been some that I got from Woodland Scenics. Yeah, Grand Oracle, that's certainly the case, no doubt about it. Nope, that can't go there. Also, I'm going to try to reinforce a few. There we go. Yeah, the fingers there got a little wonky. Now, let me try to get a little bit of the green down here. Camda, I'll be posting that one June 1st to the Patreon page. Now, again, there's already at least 2 other videos that show that static grass applicator box Camda, so there's already some stuff out there. You just have to, again, go into the basing techniques, or you use that master link and just type in grass tufts, and you should be able to find those. So yeah, Camden, if you wanted to see that right now, you should be. There should be at least 3 different videos that have some form of static grass applicator, whether it's the box, which are the newer ones, or the old WWS box. See you later there, surface tension. Well, we'll see you on your Sunday, I guess. So thanks for being here, surface tension. Appreciate that. And have a fabulous walk with the dog. You know, I think we need to go darker again. Actually, look at this. We happen to have a decent amount of dark here. Okay, that's it. Also on that side, we need some shadow. I know that Landdress has also used a lot of the AK interactive basing stuff there. Right, Landdress, you've had a bunch of success with that. I think we're just saying there, Recoil, that it is the sand is so fine. It actually looks like sand instead of tiny boulders. So yeah, Camden, it might be interesting to see those first, because then you'll be able to kind of see where some of the evolution came in with this latest batch. So there we go. We have confirmation from Rico and Landdrast. Where's that? There's my violet here. All the way down there. You definitely can't have too many stage names, right, Landdrast? Oh, but they also have really clever places to hide the whatchamacallits here, the holes. I think there was really only one that I had that was obvious enough that I had to put some kind of stuff there, and that was over here. And I just threw some modeling paste on it, and it covered it in 2 seconds, and that was pretty much it. It was done. So yeah, Grand Oracle, lots of lessons learned about the trying to do the video AI stuff. Also, I don't know if this is the case with other AIs, but the Sky Reels essentially charges different prices as far as your tokens. So some like the music generation, I think that costs maybe 5 or 6. Whereas the image generation, I think, costs maybe a little bit less. The video generation, that's where you really start paying, is in the video generation. Don't want to darken that too much. I was thinking about doing that here, but no, I think we should maybe get more of our regular kind of faded ultramarine violet type stuff on the bottom here. So yes, we're breaking this down again. These are again the Paul Rubens paints. We don't need a ton of it here, but we do need some. A little more over there. Well, Grand Oracle, I think what's going to happen is this first month I'm going to have to be showing out for extra credits because, well, I mean, for lack of better terms, I'm kind of wasting a bunch right now, trying things that don't work. And then obviously once, it's kind of like with the chat GPT. Well, and even with the oils, right, we find things that work, things that don't work. And there's only one way to find out, right, Grand Oracle? So yeah, recall, I wasn't surprised at the price structure at all. And the other thing I realized is that you're probably better off with a whole series of shorter vids and splice those together than trying to do one long one. Because let's just put it this way, way less stuff can go wrong. I think if you're doing a bunch of shorter reels and you just kind of, even if you just take them into your own editing software and kind of bind those together, I think that's still a better idea. Work this again, some of our violet in down here. So recoil, I think I'll try to do a Shire song tonight and see what it comes up with for that, kind of like a Rohan song. Grand Oracle, I'm pretty sure I have to send you the songs. Yeah, I'll send you some of the music, which again has been very successful. More so by accident than by expertise. But even then, I'm still kind of figuring out. Okay, that's kind of why that worked. Now I'm gonna try and lighten this up a little more. Where's here it is. Get a little bit of the magenta, our radiant violet.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Irid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Irid a wife a follow. So, Irid, I hope that you have a really had a really great stream today. Thank you so much for that, Irid. And again, if you want to share your Pinterest link there in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. I'm glad that you had yourself a good Friday. And again, hopefully the Saturday stream is going to be just as successful. Everybody, again, check out that Pinterest link that Irid and Wife just shared. And please give Irid and Wife a follow. Maybe, I don't know about that one as a blend. We'll use this one here. We'll use that as a blending brush. So great to see you there, Irid. I don't know if you've already done all of your post-stream stuff. Again, they'll touch more of our light there. So, I don't know about that here. Let me see if we can take away some of that. Yeah, let's take back a little bit more of our magenta and violet there. Now, I figured it had to be pretty darn soon after the end of the stream there, given what time it is. So great to see they're arid. Yeah, I'm gonna lighten you up a bit more on this edge right over here. We'll do some more there now. Lighten up this guy here. Maybe reflect a little bit more of that on whatever these little coins are or whatever. And of course, if folks could also do the subscribe thing on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Again, if you want to see this after we're doing it here, the only way you're going to be able to watch these sessions is on that other YouTube channel, because basically Twitch has taken away highlights. Yeah, you notice that there's no thumbnails there anymore. I don't even bother with that, because they're only going to exist for just a matter of days, and then they'll get rid of them. Sorry about that, Erid. I know that that can't be fun just sitting around there, and of course, those kind of places, there's going to most likely be people that are touching stuff and maybe spreading some nasty things around. So here's hoping he was able to get out of there intact. And again, this is from Loot Studios here. 72 mil. Let me hit that too. Ooh, gotta get a little bit more of the light up here. Also on this side, holy smokes. Still want that little bit of dark in there, because that would be our the handle of that scepter or whatever this thing is. Now, well, here's hoping that he doesn't have to worry about that too much anytime soon. Try to lighten that up a little bit there. Now over here we got to do something, because basically we have a bunch of mid-tones. I don't even know if we have any really light colors on that. We also don't, I think, have anything really dark. Let me fool around with something much lighter here, see what happens. Nope, I'm gonna rotate this around. Where's my lighter skin tone? Up here. That was getting a little bit dark, especially since even over here, maybe some of the object source lighting might be reaching that. I'm gonna maybe throw a little lighter skin tone on the underside of that. That's super dark under there. Again, my hand is on that ferrule, as in nowhere near that ferrule. Look at this, it's practically off the end of the brush there. That's a little too much gray on that side over there. Let me see what happens with this really, really, really light stuff. On our freehand here. Not everywhere on it. Not down there really in the shadow. So I'll see you later there, Erid. And again, I'm glad that things worked out well on the stream. Okay, same thing with our really light color up here. I still think I gotta come back in with some kind of dark there. Oh, also, yeah, that will. Okay, that was maybe a little too light on that crown thing. Let me use this maybe as a micro blending brush here. Okay, yeah, we take some of that away. Nice to see you there, Pascal. Oh, hey, Jinx. I was wondering if Jinx, because what, it's 2:10 here. I know that Jinx usually kind of ends around this time. So, Jinx, great to see you. Everybody, please check out the Insta link that Pascal just shared. So, great to see you there, Pascal. It is funny that we're doing all the magenta stuff again, given the spacescape that we painted last night. This was not a. This is a pure coincidence. I never intended to do any more. Even a week ago, I didn't intend to be painting any roses as far as a nebula goes. So yeah, it's quite the magenta splurge there. And again, everybody, please give Pascal a follow if you could. Fabulous miniature painting. So yeah, I was just painting that on our Thursday Spacescape stream, and it just so happened now we did a few permutations. I actually have references of this in green, so that was something we created there just to kind of see, okay, what would it possibly look like? We added the gold filigree on there, and then we did a permutation of it with the green light, and that actually looked really neat. So eventually, I think we'll do a tutorial video of that. Maybe I can actually try to print this out very large with the FDM printer or something like that. Now, sometimes with too much activity, it kind of turns that color, right? Landrast. Let me try to lighten this up a little bit more here. Same up there. And then I think we're going to do a little bit of that. Where is something we can use as a different blending brush? Maybe this, especially if I just clean this off here. Again, as a blending brush. Again, we already did some greenish glow. Again, that is another Loot Studios figure right there. Pop a little bit more of our Yeah, okay, there we are. Because the handle on this was looking a little bit, little peaked there. And the later that is over the top of that, the more it starts looking like it's an actual fold there. Thanks, Denethor. Appreciate that. And again, 3 hours, 25 minutes ago, this whole thing was just some brown primer. That's it. That's all it was. There was no source lighting. There was nothing. That's the power of the oil paints for you. And again, we'll I think throw some water effects on this as well, and also our we got some brand new flower and shrub tufts that we created that we can utilize, whether it's that color, whether it's going to be this color here. And those are most definitely 72 mil scaled. Oh yes, I got a little bit of this blue here. Let me see if that will. Okay, now we're going to take a little bit of our green. Come back with that here. I wonder. Do that back here again. I'm thinking I'm just going to hit this with our probably just some heavy gloss gel. Maybe even tint it with a little bit of coloration. I don't know. That takes very little to go a long way with tinting your water towards a color. Now, see, we're getting a little bit of our green up on those rocks too. No, back to the green here. A little bit more of that green over in this area too. Yeah, still working with that lighter green. Yeah, let me get some of that on this rock here. And of course, if we mix magenta in that, what do we get? We get ourselves some gray, because green and violet together they make gray. So that's where we came up with radiant gray. More of that here. Let me see if I can get some lighter skin tones on the toes here. Let's do that. We don't. That is a little too, even though they're in shadow. Okay, now we got a little something on those. No, I need more of my skin tone here, right? Because, well, just like over here, if it's supposed to be a semi-translucent, same thing over here. We need to get a little bit of skin tone in there. Same thing over here. Maybe even lighten up that skin tone a little bit. This too. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. So we have a new video again. We'll be posting on the 1st. We just posted our last video for May, yesterday. Now let me get rid of some of the paint that's on there first. There we go. Now we can use it as a blending brush. Just again, doing that little bit of Morse code tap tap kind of thing. Hashtag no layers, not with the oils. Get the top of that, and I think that might be as light as we might go with the skin, at least on the arm here, I think. Here is how we did this one earlier with the again, the translucent cloth. You can see the color of the translucent cloth is different. It got more of a kind of a seafoam type color on that translucent cloth, whereas here we went with the violet, and that's how it generates the contrast. There is you have one violet that's really kind of dull and cooler, and then you have this warmer, way more intense violet over there. Let me try a little more of this up here. Now with the lips here too, I've got to do a little more with that. Also with the nose, that could use a bit more of some light. The face here needs a little more light, ambient light on that side. All the way down there. Okay. Oh, that's it. That's it. Let me get my... Oh, basically almost like an alizarin crimson, but... Start working again on there. Okay, that really helps with that particular gemstone. And this here, oh, that's it. Let me try this. That's our basically Nephthol Scarlet right there. That's the Winsor Newton version. So Winsor Red, and was it Winsor Yellow is basically Hansa Yellow. So that was one way we were able to kind of substitute for a couple of no longer existing Gamlin alkyds, is going with the Winsor Red and I think the Winsor Yellow. Yes, it's annoying that there's all these different names of colors, but is what it is. I wonder what would happen if we did that. Would that be a little lighter, but not turn magenta, even though we didn't add any yellow to it? Yeah, I think so. Let's see what happens with something even a little bit later along this bottom edge here. too thick, so we've got to go back the other way. Man, that kind of worked out. Okay. Thank you so much again. If folks can subscribe to the new Linseed Fellowship channel. Again, if you want to be able to rewatch this, right, you'll have to subscribe there because that's where I'm going to have to put it. That's where it's probably going to be going, well, I guess maybe as early as tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, the Linseed channel, that's just not going to have any ads because, well, we can't because it's too new of a channel for one thing. Also, all it's supposed to do is replicate the it's just supposed to replicate what we're doing. Used to be able to do with Twitch, where there was no ads to watch the Twitch highlights. Now, well, that sounds really good there, Recoil. That sounds very tasty. I never got a chance to make those eggs last night, yesterday morning after the stream. I think I got to do that this time around. So see you later there, Recoil. Again, thanks for being here. Yeah, and just shoot me a message with all the goings-ons. Is that too dark? I don't think so. I'll darken you up too. Tone that down a bit. Get all of this brown stuff out of that brush, and now we'll come back with our violet here, the basically radiant violet. Mix it with some of that other stuff. That's starting to get kind of light there. Let's take our blending brush to that. Oh yeah. That's another area we're just gonna straighten out some stuff, soften some edges, get rid of some brush strokes. I mean, while we're at, it's hour 3+, so that is usually the time of brushstroke management, where we just kind of sometimes go in with a brush that has no paint on it, and what we're really doing actually is removing just a tiny, minute amounts of paint. Not much, but just a little bit. Denethor, I really loved that at the academy. That was one of my favorite exercises, was the count the brushstrokes exercise. And we didn't have the AI for that. We just had the Mark 1 eyeball for that. And generally, people would have about 400 brushstrokes to do a painting that was somewhere in the neighborhood of 16 by 20-ish. And again, that was back in watercolor class days. And in general, people would tear through about the first 150 or so, and they would have half of that gemstone painted. If you're looking for kind of an equivalent. So I'm pretty sure the brushstroke counting things was probably second half of the year type thing. So by the time you had maybe 3 colors or something like that in your palette. because with watercolors, especially, that's you can see it with other mediums too, but with watercolors from a mile away, you can say, "Holy smokes, that has been overworked." You work that area to death, and that can be done in about 2.5 brush strokes. Now, unlike the oils, where you can go back and fix things and do all kinds of modifications with watercolors, it's like 1, 2 strokes, you're dead. Now, the watercolor paper will definitely rough up a bit if you're using what I was using, which was the watercolor board, especially the hot press watercolor board. It was actually almost designed for paint to be kind of taken away. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist anymore. Denethor. It was the American Academy Art in Chicago. They actually closed their doors, I do believe, either earlier this year or late last year. So one of those two things. No, that's a little too light. We're going to darken that. Ooh, it's an awful lot of the blue in there, too. We just swish some of that around in there. Okay, yeah, that's a better there. Yeah, Camda had a very unique experience of having two watercolor teachers that could not be more diametrically opposed in their techniques. I mean, it wasn't just night and day. It was like different universes. And that was the workshop there where at least a third of the people left on the first day because it was just too weird for them. They couldn't deal with it. So they just hightailed it out of there. But it was always a smaller place, always fighting for accreditation, and then once they had to start doing things that had nothing to do with art to stay accredited, that's when it all started going downhill. Because it was, for all intents and purposes, an art trade school. It was not an art school so much as we teach you things so that you can go down the street to some ad agency or something like that and get a job there. There was definitely it was not a wine and cheese kind of a place, that's for sure. That's a little more than I wanted. No biggie, because we got our blending brush right there. No problemo. It's almost like we got ourselves an eraser. Should I lighten that up a little more? What the heck. Also, maybe there's something there that is not the skin tone either. And yeah, that's fine. We'll take our blending brush to that too. Yeah, a little bit of tap, tap, tap there. Push that around. Should I lighten that up more? Maybe not. Magenta, yeah, we've been utilizing a whole bunch of, almost a full panoply here of Paul Rubens Radiance. But eventually there's going to be a little experiment with a whole bunch of colors, those ones that Kathy's sister sent. You're going to be seeing colors that I never thought I would be using. We'll even have a comparison of cadmium greens, because yes, now I have two of them. Not just one, but two. But I think that is something that I can utilize on our painted backdrops. Blending brush again. Like that. You know what, I might still lighten this up a touch more over here. Yeah, something like that. More of this right up here. Yeah, oh yeah, some of that here. Because remember, that's supposed to be translucent cloth. We want that magenta light showing. Actually, I'm going to hit that with a little more of our magenta too. That was a case of, yeah, I had to let some of that. Well, again, it's not dry, but it has had a chance to set. Let's hit this. Here's some more of our magenta. Here, let me get a little bit more of our magenta mixed into this. So yeah, Denethor, the film noirs have been pretty wild right now. I don't think we've actually had Denethor, a film noir with the hair having this much value on it. So I think that is gonna, it should look even more different now. So again, yeah, we didn't have much of the hair painted last time we did a film noir. We certainly didn't have any of this other shading and enhancement. So here, let's do that. Let's just tip it over like so. Take away the color like so. And again, there goes your object source lighting. Maybe I'll slightly less from this side, but it's pretty much gone. There's pretty much no object source lighting until we bring our color back to 50%. There you go. All of a sudden, again, color saturation doing the thing. And yeah, it disappears because you don't have that little touch of the Terra Rosa there, right? That all goes away. It just becomes a value, and that's it. It's if that little exercise, Denethor, if that was available back in the academy days, that would have made life a whole lot easier for me. Like orders of magnitude easier. Because that notion of, okay, a dingy warm color, again, normally warm comes forward, cool recedes. Dingy warm color recedes to a really bright, wild, crazy, cool color. So something like maybe a raw sienna versus a, well, cobalt teal bluish. Your eye is going to lock in on that cobalt teal bluish, and the raw sienna not so much. Even though, according to the rules, your eye is supposed to be looking at the raw sienna first because that is the warmer color. Get rid of some of the paint off of there. There we go, and that gets rid of some of the brush strokes too. going to try and catch a few little lights on the hair here, the braids. I do think that Loot Studios does a good job on braided hair. There's some scopes where the braided hair is a bit of a nightmare. But Loot Studios always seems to have a good handle on the braided hair. Because I think this one, yeah, also this one did too. That was pretty wild. Our Guinevere there. Gonna try and get me a little bit of. Let me thin this down some more. Maybe catch a little more light on these. Let me take this red and let me. Now I gotta break that down even more. Let's do that. This is going to be very, very translucent. It's not only dark, it's very translucent. Essentially trying to do a little bit of the shadow side of the. Okay, yeah, that made a difference. Kind of like how that worked out. I'm going to take away some of the light blob there. We have to somehow get us some shading on that thing. Let me try this. Too much paint. We'll try and get rid of some of that. Okay, we just got a little teensy bit of it on there. Right along this, I got sharpen the. There we go. Yep, that one not a sharp edge. Yeah, Artemico, they're so-called 30-something mil. They're really more like 25. They're not even 28 mil figs. They're pretty tiny. I've only printed out 28 millimeter ones when there's something like like an ogre or something much bigger. Now, Artemico, you want to share something in the chat? Please go ahead. As always, appreciate you being here. I wonders. Can I get that little something lighter down there? I might even go a little further, maybe even with some of our little violet right there. Instead of the magenta. Well, now that's a really dirty magenta right there. And they really do hollow things out very well. That's I think only maybe Urge Villain kind of comes close with the hollowing. Let me try to get a little bit of our greenish skin tone here. A little bit more. That's our radiant green. That's not actually radiant green. Because we got all the kind of auburn color here. We need a little something, I think, that contrasts with that. Tiny little difference in color there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Artemico just shared. I wonder, I'm gonna just, when in doubt, simplify. I think that's what I'm gonna do here. This is super, super translucent also. There we go. Just had to really do a major simplification on that thing. Now maybe our lights make a little bit more sense here. I think this ought to do. Now here, let me get a little bit of this. Nope, a little bit more of that. Ah, there it is. So we put a little bit more green there. We just got a little bit of our red up on the top part of the hand there. Getting things done, Artemichael, right? Work is getting work done is getting work done. It doesn't matter. You take it, that's for sure. Because it beats the alternative of the work and not getting done. And hopefully once maybe some of the stress stuff starts to subside a little bit, maybe sleeping's going to be a little bit easier to do, or at least staying asleep. I'm going to try to drop a few more lights here. Let me go back to this. On this necklace thing here, there's a... okay. Each of these are actually the separate little segments in there, trying to get those going now. Touch more light on that, okay. Got this light magenta again. Want to see if I can do that one little edge right there, and then maybe something. Maybe not that one, but out here. Yeah. Also, a couple of the areas on the hair that might also need something a little later there. Now those need a red once again. Yeah, that's better. I'm trying to think, do we want to go... there's this weird thing right here. Maybe I'll use this as my blending brush here. Now that light still does have to hit that part of the face. Oh, the neck here. I think we need to lighten up a little. Here. Tried doing that before, but yeah, the paint was just too fresh there. Now, if this is supposed to be metal, where's our reflected light happening on this thing? Now, kind of nowhere right now. Now we're starting to get some. Come out a little bit more of our light here. Also up there. And a little more here. That line, we're gonna take some of our darker magenta here, maybe some of the violet, I guess. Where's a place? There's a place I can mix that. Because that line is way too heavy there and it's too thick. And I'm just trying to make the fingers darker here because that also, again, makes our spell effect look that much lighter. And, there's that. More magenta. Where's my little flashlight here? The Oracle of the Flashlight. What does that say? Okay. Oh, I see. I see. We need to get some of our lighter magenta going right there. What's weird, I do think that there is maybe a little more opacity in the Paul Rubens floral colors than maybe, I think maybe at least about the same amount as what was in our homemade stuff, but I think probably more opacity than, say, in the Marion Street versions. Nope, nope, nope. Gotta. Well, they also set up so quickly that makes them really easy to work with. Because I can kind of go back in and work some of the later stuff much more quickly than if this was, say, other Marion Street oils. Anymore. Oh yeah, this is all kind of haphazard up here. Let's see if we can reorganize this. Now, what about this? I think it is kind of a crown or whatever it is. Tiara, I don't know. It kind of intertwines through the hair. Got some of the magenta on there now. Back to this. Ooh, get rid of some of that color. Because this was another case where we had just too much of. There's pretty much a bunch of the same mid-tones. I might go a little bit darker here. We got this magenta anyway. Yeah, we'll roll with that. Now, what about up here? So Grand Oracle, I did like the Marion Street. They do have that nice intensity. They probably have more intensity than, say, the Paul Rubens do. Um, I'm trying to think that like Pearline Crimson, absolutely love Pearline Crimson, but it's very much expensive and it's also going to be a lot slower drying. Are you almost better off just taking something like the Coal Black and say maybe one of your crimsons or whatever, mix that together and just say that's Pearline Crimson? Because those Marion Street, those can take a long time. Those are like usually cadmium as far as their drying times. So yeah, pretty darn close to a say like a cadmium type of drying time. Are we gonna lighten this up a bit more? Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna put a little bit of a shadow there. Like this is gonna cast a shadow there, but it's also light's gonna shine through that a little bit too. Now, and I guess Grand Orca. So I think now I don't know if it's the official price say on the Marion Street site there, Grand Oracle, but yeah, I think you're looking at what $22 on Amazon for one Marion Street, and probably somewhere in the 30, let's say even $40 for all 12 of the Paul Rubens. And now the Marion Street tubes are slightly larger. So the Marion Street tubes are what, 55, and these are 40s, or are these 50s? Oh, I can't. Hardly forgot. And of course, it's hard. Oh yeah, these are 50s. Okay, so it's only 5 mil bigger. And again, that's we're looking at. There's your Marion Streets. Got my magenta going in there. The skin tone. I'm gonna just take the darker stuff to it. Now I'll come back here with this. Now I got some paint in there to mix with. Yeah, see, that would be hard to do with the Marion Streets there, Grand Oracle. That's for sure. Let me back up to this. Don't think I can make it any lighter down. And oh, this should probably catch a little bit more light down in here. And over here, where I just put some stuff, gonna come back and try and soften a few of these edges here. was almost thinking about putting just some regular skin tone on the other side of the hand. I might let me try that. Let me see what happens here. We got this. Let's throw a little bit of the green in there. We'll experiment here first. You know what? That wasn't a bad idea. That was not a shabby idea right there. I think that works. Touch more down on that. Okay, yep, that works. I'm still trying to figure out how can I get something here. Let me try it again. This is the Windsor Red. Oh, that's I think you heard Grant Oracle that the Windsor Yellow basically was a substitute for the Hansa Yellow, the discontinued Hansa Yellow from Gamut, and then the Windsor Red. While it's not exactly the same consistency, but it's close enough to the Naphthol Scarlet from Gamut. Again, the discontinued Naphthol Scarlet. Oh yeah, that's that little bit of warmth right there is just about right. So yeah, that has been a nice little discovery there. Now, I think I've got a bunch of them. Oh, and I have a sap green. Right, we did that too. Hey there, Jinx. How you doing? Everybody, please give Jinx a follow. So, Jinx, did you finish that latest project of yours? I know it was kind of it was getting closer to finished. And again, if you want to share any of that in the chat there, Jinx, please go ahead. Hey, Karu, nice to see you again. I hope that things have been going well. We got ourselves another Loot Studios figure here. Let me see, 4 hours, 12 minutes. We just started on that ago, and here was a recent one. I don't know, like maybe a month ago or so. We painted up this one. Maybe even just a matter of 3 weeks ago. Last night on our 2D art stream, it's weird. This is just a coincidence. I didn't mean for these to be basically almost the same color palette. This was our spacescape from last night. This time we did a little bit of a floral type of a thing versus previous spacescapes like that. So a little different change of pace there. It just is hilarious. I mean, it makes quite the backdrop for our mage right there. Again, doing more of the translucent, semi-translucent cloth there. A little different coloration on this, for sure. And of course, not only were we working in the garden with roses, but also these. And those are probably going to go on the base here. Either those or these. Well, one of these two is going to go on the base. So these are some homemade grass tufts that we did. We'll look at this guy. Look at this. It's the Linseed Fellowship. We painted this on race day. So this is a 3D printed right here. And again, we took our Linseed Fellowship iconography, painted that up on our race car. Where's our, here it is. So yeah, we painted that up. We're going to be doing some other ones. We'll be doing a car with this because reasons. So again, everybody please give Jinx Art a follow. Of course, again, Jinx, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I know you just finished your stream, so you're probably pretty darn tired. But again, everybody please give Jinx a follow if you could. Okay, it's just almost done. I thought you had to be pretty darn close to finished with that. Oh, the Hager, okay. So yeah, Grant Oracle. There's I have to send you some messages. There's a bunch of stuff that I wanted to show you. And again, Jinx, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Again, Loot Studios, 72, yeah, 72 mil fig here. All painted with the oil paint, start to finish. Do I still have some of my fast matte white sitting around here somewhere? Not really. I think I got a little more of it over here, perhaps. Right on the end of this thing. But that's quite the blob of our lighter paint. Let me try to get rid of some of that. Nope, that didn't quite go where we wanted it, but that's okay. Probably needed to do a little bit. That all worked out. That actually all did work out just fine. Now these things, gotta do something with these. Now, yeah, Grand Oracle. I mean, that has been. There's been so many of those ongoing things, and things that just keep rearing up over and over again like that. You definitely have to do something like that. Of course, I can also, for really, really bright red in my gemstones here, I could take the floral paint and mix that with the yellow and take the floral magenta, I guess. Okay, I'm on. There we go. All right. Now again, the hair color really key to separate this from all of this because there's nice big area of the hair color there. We just kind of added this. Oh, by the way, we took a picture of the miniature that was just primed. We brought that in and we said, okay, show me translucent cloth. Also add some filigree on there. And we got a chance to see what it might look like with different glow colors. I tried green. I tried orange. The green actually was kind of neat. And actually this also was kind of tinted more towards the green. So see you later there, Jinxed. So Grand Oracle, I might, like I said, I just have to wait to get pictures of this to make a thumbnail out of it. So most likely, well, next week, as in like maybe Monday, either Sunday or Monday, I think this will be on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So again, definitely subscribe to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That's where all of our Twitch highlights have to go. So see you later there, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Let me, that's better. So see you later there, Grand Oracle. I wonder, now here I gotta try and get some of the skin tone. This is supposed to be translucent cloth, right? We gotta get somehow in that one area some skin tone. Here, we were trying to get the staff coming through here. We actually have to darken this up a little more here. I'm gonna do this first. Where's her? Well, I think that'll work. For right there on the end. And now that's got to be darker. I think we had it in there, and then we kind of lost that. So right here, see, that's going to be darker. Also darker there. So that dark right in there, that indicates this thing coming through and passing behind our what's supposed to be translucent cloth here. Blending brush. Some dark there. Okay, so we've got I think we have the darker stuff in place now. Let's come back with the light. Whoops. Not to mention we need this, or more of our violet over here. That will cross right over the top of that. And then join over here. So again, that we had to get that dark in there to indicate, well, the hair and this behind it. Now I wonders, take this green here. Now I'm thinking reflected light on this metal. Now, there we go. No, we didn't have the reflected light there. Now this side we also got to do something similar. Somehow got to gather up some reflected light there. Let's see if we can reflect the violet on this, again, staff, scepter, whatever you want to call it. Some of that light down in here. These, they're metal pieces. I mean, are they gold? Are they bronze, brass? I don't really know. Is there anything? Yeah, there we are. Yep. Now the hair. Ooh, yeah. That's another part. That's we either have to go a whole lot darker. There's not a lot darker we can go with that, but we're going to try it here. We're also going to get some of that Payne's gray in with our brown and some of the magenta. I guess we can make that a little smidge darker. So unlike these shadow areas, which are not necessarily shadow areas because translucent cloth over here with the hair, now that's a little more solid, so we can have that be definitely much more of a shadow type of thing, right? M-Tellies, hey there, M-Tellies, how the heck are you doing? Hopefully things are going well at the Sandcastle. See you later there, Inganes. Inganes, if you want to share your stuff one more time before you head out, everybody please give Inganes a follow. And of course, everybody check out the Insta link. It's now M-Tellies is the kind of traditional Space Wolves color, or are you kind of customizing the chapter a little bit? And everybody check out the Instagram link that Inganes just shared. And again, give Inganes a follow so that you won't miss it when Inganes is streaming some of that fabulous oil painting stuff. Yes, oil painted miniatures. I'm guessing, M-Toys, that you're maybe you're thinking of doing Space Wolves versus Landrast's chapter right there. Okay. Well, there's definitely, I think, like the shoulder pads, right? M-Toys, I've seen hefty amount of yellow on the Space Puppy's shoulder pads. So again, see that little bit of light's got to come in there because this is shining through there. Normally, this stuff here wouldn't be so light, right? Because the light would be blocked. But I just realized, I'm looking at this going, yeah, that's light's coming through here. So how's about we lighten this up a little bit down here? I don't think anything is going to be able to compete with the Silver Beaks Landrast. Too much firepower. And of course it has a very long reach. Yeah, it's got a super long reach. I don't think they'll be able to compete at all, Landrast. I think the only advantage might be the cold for the Space Wolves there. So that might work in their advantage. Might cut down on some of the range. Yep, see, look at this. We have to get this lighter stuff down in here somewhere. Where's my... Now again, it's not going to be as light as what's going on up there, but it still has to be somewhat lighter. And here we do a little bit of that kind of stippling type of brush stroke there. Well, Landris, it doesn't have to last long. It just has to happen, right? So that's the most important thing. You got to be able to deploy quickly, right, Landrast? Okay, yeah. See, there was a whole bunch of this missing. We're going to emphasize a bit more on that, and also here too, I think. Yeah, not a ton, but definitely some. Yeah. Now, for the stream tomorrow, most likely we're going to be seeing another, probably another large-scale fig, because again, I haven't had a chance to prep any of the Trench Crusade stuff. Definitely sneak attack for sure, Landrast. Okay. Now, I'm not sure it's twin linked, but because that would be interesting. And I'm even going to put a little bit more of the magenta down here again so that carries all the way down here because again it's going to show through a little bit. Right, because all of this cloth here, if it's supposed to be translucent, how is that not showing through? Might even do a little bit of that down here. So again, just a tiny hint of it again because that's going to be coming down through the translucent cloth there. I might also, how light is it? Well, that's light enough. See, Camden, I'm still thinking that this stuff is more opaque. I just think it's more opaque than the Marion Streets. At least when you're using it in kind of in this way, because there's almost no secondary color added. Usually there's a bunch of secondary color added, right? Yeah, that's almost straight up just fluoro there. There's another little edge we never quite got. This should probably catch a bit more of the magenta here again. It's going to be shining through this. It's not otherwise. Normally, I would have that be a shadow color of some kind. More of our light here. Should I continue all the way down? No, I'm not going to continue all the way down to there, but there is going to be a little hint. Look at that. See how slight that hint is of our magenta stuff there. Now I think I can do a little touch more there. I don't know if I even want to add any of our weight to that. Okay, so that's just basically straight up fluoro there. It's kind of coming down this way, doing that. like you do there. No, not on that side. This needs, I'm just going to get some fast matte white back out here because that, again, I don't know if it's a crown, tiara, whatever. Just going to put some of this over here. So MTOIs, if you got any events going on at the Game Castle in Santa Clara this weekend, I'm sure there is. There always is something going on there. Let folks know what you're doing there. All right, we got it. We are loaded up with our fast matte white. There's a couple of lights there. Some more over there, and ooh, wait a minute. Top of that. Something. Oh, there's that crosses over the front of that, so there should be some of that light there also. Come on, something like right there. Hey there, Shrugs. How you doing? It's so wild after our spacescape just last night, right, Shrugs? To be doing basically the same type of colors again. That was not how it was intended to be. Okay. Well, safe travels for MTOIs. Okay, I need to see on the other end of this here. Not down there, but let's get back to this last part of this crazy crown slash tiara thing. Now, thanks, Shrugs. We were, like I've been doing in the last couple of tutorials, we experimented with taking a picture of the miniature and then doing some permutations. Now, this is like 1/3 of the permutations here. I also did permutations where we did green object source lighting. We actually had 2 different light sources. And since this is Loot Studios, we can just print this baby up and we'll try all of them. We'll try this with the green, see what it looks like. We'll try it with 2 different light sources, see what it looks like. I don't know if you saw the latest tutorial vid that I put up on the Patreon page with the big giant conquest monster, the one that we're going to paint with the water washable oils. But that was one where we put him in there and we took the picture just of the raw miniature. It was still gray. It had all of the white modeling paste on there from trying to fill gaps. And then we used just the official image on the Parabellum page just to colorize it initially, and then we started making all the changes. And it went through several. Went through magenta, green, orange, and then after everything else, I went, wait a minute, I wanted to paint this as a white tiger. So then I changed it one more time, and it gave me a fabulous reference of that too. So I have something really nice to work from. So again, this is it's kind of a yellowish green, not that much paint on that brush. I'm going to try to lighten this up a little bit here. A little something more on these rocks now. A little something more here. Blending brush. well, stroke again. We've talked about doing the black and white study, or brown and white, or brown and yellow, or blue and white, like a indigo or something like that. Just two colors, one light, one dark. Just do something like this, and that way you don't have to worry about palettes, right? All you got to worry about is just make the value happen. And if you kind of cut out all of that other stuff, and if you select a figure that is not too complex, maybe not something like this, right? And probably not object source lighting. So keep it as simple as possible, and it increases the margin for success, no doubt about it. I've got this. Where's my other orange? Okay, we got a little bit of our scarlet going in there. A little touch on that part of the hair. Let's see what's going on with this out here. I realize it's mostly in shadow. And try there we are. A little more of the light on this too. The hair. That's got to stay dark, right? Because otherwise we're not going to have really any kind of transition there from the light to the dark. Also, though, that's right, we worked on this on the other side. Now I got to mess around with this over here. So this tiara thing is almost the same colors as the hair. How's about, you know what? I got this green. Okay, wow, that's a whole bunch lighter. We will use our micro blend. Look at that again. Hashtag no layers. We went in there strong with something a whole lot lighter. So now I feel more like that. You can see that. Anything lighter there, sure. Now, welcome back there, Irid. And Irid, if you wanted to share your Pinterest link there, please go ahead and do that. Now that you're back, come on, I'm just trying to get that. There we go. Got my tiny little light there. Blending brush again. Right there. Everybody check out the Pinterest link that Irid just shared. And please give Irid Canwave a follow. Actually, I do believe, well, let's see, I might, I don't think I'm going to get a chance to do the outdoor stuff I wanted to do tomorrow, so I might just do the shower thing tonight. Okay, we got plenty of our light happening up there now. And Camda, again, thanks for the heads up on the Paul Rubens stuff, because they certainly filled a whole bunch of a whole bunch of vacancies, needs, whatever you want to call it. Okay, yeah, you know what? I will go a little bit lighter stuff on the hair. Now on the opposite side of this thing here, blending brush again. So we have the dark band there. Now we have to have some kind of light over on this side. I think we did manage to do it there. No, that would be too much light way down there. So I think too, just other folks being able to get them right, like we were talking about, for less of a price, and I am absolutely 100% convinced that they just have they're more forgiving for folks. Again, for the new folks, no doubt about it. As I think back about it, one of the things that would really, really get people a lot was this that issue of put too much paint on there, at least in the beginning, because that's pretty much what everybody does with the oil paints. It's almost like a rite of passage. Let me get the last little bit of. Oh, yeah, that should be light too. Need to get the light on these bits of the design here toward the feet. And maybe catch a little more, just a light in general. Right around here. Not a ton, but kind of, again, stuff going like this. Now, I do think we will have to just take our, maybe a little bit, couple of brush strokes worth of the heavy gloss gel. Throw that over. Oh, that's too light. That was going to be way too light. That's very much a grayish blue right there. Yeah, Landres, it can be a. It's also a very, very, very fine line, right? It doesn't take much to go from, oh, that's plenty, to holy smokes, that's too much. It really doesn't take very much. Camda, the one other thing I might try again is the Holbein. Actually, how easy is it or difficult there, Camda, for you to get Holbein? Because remember, that was all that Stila could get in Japan, because, well, they're made there. Well, at least easily or more economically. Now, when I first tried those, I was not super thrilled. I did enjoy the colors and what they could sort of do in terms of their color, but they seemed slimy and they seemed to just slide right off the miniatures. And Stila kind of noticed the same thing. The only reason I even know about Holbein at all is because, well, that was a watercolor paint that I always wanted back at the academy. We ended up, I think, pretty much using almost strictly Winsor Newton. But yeah, there was a lot of us that were kind of envious and covetous of the Holbein watercolor paints. Yeah, it was. It was. You have no idea, Cam, to how difficult it was to just to come up with that word because we knew something was wrong. We just there was no word for it. It was kind of like the errors that I was having when I first started printing, and nobody was understanding what I meant when I was saying errors. They thought I was thinking about something else. I said, no, no, it's this kind of error, but I just didn't have the way to describe it. And I'm sure that those Holbein paints would work fabulous for our 2D art. I'm sure they'd be amazing. But when it comes to miniatures, we need traction, right, Camda? We don't need slippy, slidey paints. We need traction. We need it to actually stay where it goes, where we need it to go. So I'm changing that to some violet up there too, I think. Oh, and also back here, but it's got to be darker. A little touch of it back there, also over here. All right. Oh, yeah, we have a little bit of our magenta laid on there. We have some of the skinny tones showing through. We got reflections. We got all kinds of stuff. A little more of the... We need something a touch lighter in here, perhaps. Where's my... that's it. That's what I need, I think. Right in here, yeah. Oh, there's another little fold in that right there. I didn't even see that. You know what? That needs more of our magenta up there. I'm looking at that. Why is it only just that edge, the outer edge? We gotta get this inner portion here too. Let me try and finagle something here. Oh yeah, that's a good start. And now we'll try to work into that. Okay, here, let me rejuvenate that paint a little bit more. So right here, right along this little edge. The light there was too light, and everything else was too dark. So now we just mushed it all together. And that is more like what I need. Yeah, okay, that was really funky there, that crazy little line. That was not quite what we wanted to have. And then a little touch more. Oh, there you go. Now you can see it there. So, actually, what could be a bust tomorrow, I've got a couple of the Bellinach busts printed out. There's one really big one. I was hoping to kind of save that for a tutorial videos when printed in FDM. I got a much smaller one. So we'll see which of those we're gonna do. Oh, that's right. I have that one. It's a Carol Rudgick. That's right. I'll see if I can get that. I printed that a couple days ago. I know I did the curing of it. Maybe that would be a fun one to do. Again, it needs a plinth, so let's see if I can get that on a plinth. another little touch of our magenta over there, and maybe a little touch more on the skin there. Add a little less of the weight too. Tone that down. Okay, get a little bit of the blue, a little bit of this together. Nope, that is too dark. Step back. I just think we need that little extra bit of value contrast there. Simplify that. Alright, yeah, just okay, that works. I might also see if this is going to be, no, that's still a little bit later. How's about our panes a gray? Then we'll add that to this. Now we're talking. Okay. Oh, you know what? We should grab some Terra Rosa here. And a little bit right there, yeah. Ever so slight of an indication. Now we gotta get this lighter stuff here. Hopefully we didn't. Okay, good. We still got that to work with. Squeeze that brush down in there. Get our lighter line on that, and then take some of the edge away, just like we were doing on our spacescape with all the clouds. Kind of, we put the highlight on the edge, and then we started taking away some of that edge. Hey there, Goring, how you doing? So, Goring, I hope that you were able to find the videos there, and I included the one. Again, that's a Dark Sword one. But I just thought that could maybe help you a bunch. So, Goran, thank you so much for the pledge there. And again, I hope that you were able to check out that black and white video at least. I haven't had a chance to do another one of those. I think maybe we'll do that on a bust or something. Well, oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. We might just try that, and I'll either go with maybe like a Mars black and some kind of light green or something. Oh, that one of the new colors is Naples Yellow. That's right. That was the color we kept wondering. Is that a possible substitute for Brilliant Yellow Pale? Well, Goran, there's some that you're really going to want, and that will definitely be things like Indigo, Indian Yellow, the Terra Rosa. You're going to want the Mars Black for sure, the Prussian Blue. What's it? The Phthalo Green, another one you're really going to want to have. Can we go later with that? Yes, we can. So even this right here, Camden, this would be difficult to do with the Gamlin Radiance. Because, well, obviously they're not going to dry quite as quickly or set as quickly as these. You know what? That's a little too much of a hard line there. Take some of that away. Yeah, Goring, we always joke about the very industrious but very militaristic Prussians because they wiped out cobalt blue, they wiped out cerulean blue, ultramarine blue. It's just a much more utilitarian color. It was the very first artificial pigment ever made back in the 1800s. Yeah, the first artificial pigment, and that's why it can kind of do so many different things. So the dioxazine purple, like Denethor was saying, that was in my list of colors that I sent you there. Oh, and Van Dyke Brown, that's another one you're going to want to get. Obviously, things like the pearline black, that can be very helpful. The Naphthol red also is going to be helpful. Perline red, I don't know if Winsor Newton has a perline red. I see something in here we never got at all down back in there. Boy, Camden, once we started doing the darker primer stuff, and the pre-glaze wasn't, we didn't have to basically, what would you say, kind of judge all of our colors on how they handled the pre-glaze. That really changed everything. Actually, things like ultramarine blue, and we're talking about non-Williamsburg ultramarine blue. Now, Williamsburg ultramarine blue, that actually did have a little bit of staining property to it, which is pretty wild to think. So the quinacridone magenta, of course, well, we love using that for the, we'll do it for our pinline wash type stuff. We certainly used a lot of it here. We're using a lot of the magenta there. Hey there, Plankwalker, nice to see you. So Plankwalker, it's really hilarious, but this kind of color scheme has been prevalent because this is what we did last night on stream. This was not intentional, believe it. Believe it was not intentional to have those two things. And then, of course, even our flower tufts here. Let's go. Where's my magenta ones? Yeah, there we go. These are the ones I'm looking. Look at that. Our magenta flower tufts right there. Yeah, it's is that going to have to be a new thing there, Plankwalker? Is custom backdrops for every miniature? Let's see. So Goring again, the pigment numbers, you can use those, but you gotta really be wary of that, because remember I was saying in the message that there's it seems like about 2/3 of all colors are pigment red 101. I wonder if it's even in Mars Black. Let me see something real quick here. Okay, so yeah, that's just pigment black 11, but I could literally show you at least a dozen tubes of paint where either the sole pigment or the majority pigment is pigment red 101. So yeah, Goring, it's just one of those things where there might be a little bit of trial and error involved. And again, if you can get the Paul Rubens stuff via the Amazons or some other way, that would not be a terrible thing. Uh, Goring, well, I don't know if I can find it. Since I reorganized all the paints, it's not exactly easy to locate here. Nope, that's not going to do it. I wonder if is it in my. I'm looking for the. Oh, here it is. Is this it? No, that's not it. No, those are all the interference colors. I'm looking for the Terror Verte. It might maybe be here and in the back somewhere. This is it. This is the offending color right here. See how we changed it to Italian Terror Verte? Yeah, it rates this as semi-opaque. I can show you a bazillion colors that are rated as semi-opaque or even less opaque than that. And here, okay, even this. So that's the same thing, right? Look at that. And that's Williamsburg. This is not as opaque as this, yet they give it the exact same rating. That's crazy. That's insane. So, yeah. Well, whatever is in there, and it's also very gritty, too. So it was absolutely abominable for miniatures. Now, maybe we can try it again and maybe find some kind of use for it, but that was, again, another one of those colors that I got it and I went, oh, well, yeah, that didn't work out. And that's a Series 3. Yep, Candace, sometimes you just gotta throw it up in the air and see what happens. Now, Goran, the thing about Richardson and Williamsburg is that's the actual color on the label. I got all of those online. So again, I can't necessarily see the tube. It's not in my hand as I'm looking to get it. I also look at the pigment history, the pigment data. Usually, a website like Dick Blick is going to have that on there. Yeah, Arid, there'll definitely be some paints that they'll stick. Other ones, not so much. There will be some that you could just wipe right off of that wall. No fuss, no muss. Other ones, they're not going to budge. Now, what I will not be throwing at the wall after the stream here is whatever it is we're going to eat. I think I'm going to try and make me those eggs. Didn't get to make those last night. I think we're going to try and make ourselves some eggs for, well, basically supper. And as it gets to be 4 a.m. here, it's going to be a 4 a.m. supper. So again, Goring, anything that's not white or something like an oxide paint is going to be translucent. So white is opaque. Cadmiums are opaque. Everything else is going to be translucent unless it has one of those two colors in it. So things like, well, I'll just pull out, sure, here, let's pull out this right here. And this is one of the colors I'm using right now. The reason why this is opaque, see the square, is because, there you go, pigment white number 6. That's titanium white. Your lighter colors, they are opaque. Your darker colors, they are translucent, unless, again, they are one of very, very, very few things, like, say, Mars Black. You'll notice, again, that is opaque, it's dark, but for the most part, let me see if even as dark as this is, yeah, see, even as dark as that is, it still is listed as semi-opaque. So again, they are oil paints. If they are darker, they might look like they're opaque. They are not opaque. The only thing that's really going to be truly opaque would be white and cadmium colors. And you need them all. There is no, well, you start with this and then you're going to need a balance of the opaques. You're going to need a balance of the translucent. And that's why we strongly, strongly, strongly advocate doing these color charts. Usually white is the control color, right? Because you can get a chance. You also get a chance to see how it handles. Like this olive green here was like the much better version of Terror Verte at a fraction of the price. So yeah, that is unlike the acrylics, right? Where usually your darker colors are going to be kind of covering better, whatever. It's everything different with the oils. They are not super slow drying acrylics. They are very different. They're a whole different beast. And you just want to, you almost kind of have to think again. Forget all the stuff with acrylics and think in a whole different way with the oils. Again, less is more. More is way too much. No layers. Not doing the layer thing. Now, yeah, cammed up. Well, there's a few expensive colors in this stuff that Kathy's sister sent. Holy, well, there's two colors that have the name Cobalt in them for one thing. Now, they're all Gamlin paints, but there's a couple. I think there's even a Series 5, which I don't even know if I had a Series 5. Yeah, obviously, I had the Puro Orange, but that's Richardson. Well, I think it's, what is it, Series 7, the one that Nerifelt sent this way. I believe that one is a, because yeah, that's the Series 5 Richardson. Is this 7 or 8? Okay, yeah. Talk about the death zone right there. That is Series 7. And again, you can see how opaque that is. It's still rated as semi-opaque. And also, too, even the colors that we're using right now, right, even the fluoro stuff, even that was actually kind of acting a little bit opaque at times, even though it's hyper translucent. It just depends on how you're using it. Let me lighten the edge of you a little, maybe. Yeah, lighten you a little more. That is just too much of a weird line there. Let's get rid of that. Oh, and let's see, our programming note. What we? Oh yeah, Armada Mondays. Well, that's probably going to be our Battle of Midway anniversary. So, depending on what I can print, who knows? We could maybe even be doing 2D art, or I'd like to maybe make our Flat Thursday. So that would be probably this coming week. Our Flat Thursday might be more Battle of Midway related. And then we're also, again, I'm going to see if I can either print up that Enterprise or a Dauntless. Goran, you can buy the Cobalt Blue if you want. That is in the batch of colors that Kathy sent. It's just that is a very expensive color that's very situational. It's kind of like, well, it would be really nice to be able to eat, super expensive salmon fillets all the time. But the price says, you know what? Every so often we can eat tube steaks. And we'll survive just fine. So yeah, Goran, the thing is, what's usually a better idea is to kind of, get the ones that are going to be the most universal, the most utilitarian, and then you kind of expand from there. You say, okay, look, I really want this other thing, or there's a project that you're gonna do, and you say, I have to paint dozens and dozens of these. Where is that thing here? Nope, that's not the one I'm looking for. That's not the one I'm looking for. Where is my Perling Crimson? So this is very, very expensive. However, this fulfills a lot of specialty needs, more so actually sometimes than other really expensive colors. So it is worth it for me to have this because, again, what are the different things I can use it for. Yeah, the cerulean blue hue, it's almost kind of like manganese blue, right, Landrist, except more opaque. Yeah, that's a pretty nifty one there. That cerulean blue hue. It's also saves a few coins there too. So again, it's too bad that Amazon is not an option for you there, Goring, because man, there's a lot of things you'd be able to get there. Yeah, just like this is our Severus blue. That's not Severus blue. Is it this? Yeah, this. So there's our ultimately cheap Severus blue right there. So yeah, Landris, I'll send you the picture after the stream. I do have a picture of that. The picture of the paints that Kathy's sister sent. Thank you so much, Ibn. How you doing? So is this another Galadriel costume change I wasn't aware of? Also, she's a lot bigger than I remember. That's probably because maybe he was, well, we don't want to say that certain plant that he might have been. He just did survive. Survives with a 2. So thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Let me lighten this up here. I don't know about things like, say, like Stecker, or is it Jerry's Artorama? No, that's here. But that is on the European continent there. So maybe see if something like Gerstecker is a place where you can get stuff, because I know that's where Doji got all of his Williamsburg paints. Yeah, I'll be curious. I'll look, Landras, to see if what is the second color that's in that well, sky blue are not Severus blue. Now, how about we just look at regular Severus blue here 1 second. That's not Severus blue, this is. Nope, that is yep, well, there you go. But again, lots of oxides in there, and so you get that's why. Well, this is heavy. I'm surprised it's, believe it or not, I'm surprised it's only a Series 3. But now that it is after 4 a.m. in the morning here, and well, now we've been doing this for almost 5.5 hours, kinda. It is time to get ready to prepare for the next stream. Yeah, because that's coming up not that many hours from now. Yeah, 5 hours, 14 minutes ago, this was just some primer. That's all it was. All of this done with the oil paints. How's about we do one last film noir and make the, let's see if the source light still disappears. Yep, pretty much does. Look at that. It disappears just the same, because that is about color, saturation, and temperature, not so much about value. So I'm going to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. I want to thank everybody for all the bits and the subs, the photos, the cheers, also the raids. We appreciate that too. And again, we're going to be streaming probably in about 15 hours or something like that. See you later there, Denethor. See you later there, Arid and Goran. Thank you so much. I appreciate everything. And again, thanks to Armored War for doing all the moderation. So see you later there, Denethor. And again, we'll be doing this again very, very soon. Either painting a bust or another large scale, probably from Loot Studios. So thanks again, everybody, and we'll be seeing you very soon.